Hello and welcome to my channel. I'm Queen Bean Tarot and today I'm doing a 2026 reading. For those who do know me, know that I love anime, so I do have some anime characters, some figurines to choose from. And for those who aren't a fan of anime, you can choose via the stone, you can choose via this the oracle, or you can choose via the tarot deck. You can also choose via a color. So it can be as flexible as possible, and you could choose a specific color, but like a character, but like a stone, but also like, you know, an oracle or a tarot deck specifically. So you can look through and choose multiple piles based on that. You could also choose like, this might not feel like the right reading for you at this time. This is for the year 2026, but I'm doing it so that it can be picked up anytime. So in the future, if someone sees this and it feels like it's the right timing for them, then they might, you know, take whatever resonates from said readings. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go through. I've got all the One Piece characters to choose. I've got 4 of them to choose. So for pile number 1, I have Pirate Hunter Zoro. And for those of you who do not know, Zoro is the second in command to Luffy. He is the first person that Luffy asked to join the Straw Hat crew. He is the 3 blade user, so he puts one in his mouth and he has one in each hand. So he is a swordsman, and his goal is to become the strongest swordsman in all of One Piece. If you do not like anime, do not understand it, you can always choose from the crystal. This is a rainbow Flurite, even though it doesn't have every color in it. This is the rainbow Flurite. So that's pole number 1. If you want to choose via color, the color for pole number 1 is green. So if your favorite color is green, you can choose this pile. Otherwise, the oracle card that I'm using is Spirit Animals card. Or you can choose via the tarot deck, which I'm using the Oriens tarot deck, which is actually an animal tarot deck. So for those who like pole 2, pole 2 is the main character of One Piece, and that is Luffy. So Luffy is the straw hat. He got the straw hat from Shanks. He is the captain. He ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi fruit, which is a rubber fruit. So maybe, you know, I'm just saying anything for if anyone goes, ooh, rubber, like that might resonate or something. He can't swim. Once you eat a devil fruit, you can't swim. It takes your ability to swim away. However, for someone who has has a devil fruit ability, he does end up in the water in quite a few instances. So I actually use the Saltwater Tarot and a water sort of decks. But his full name is Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy's his first name, D's his middle name, and Monkey is his last name. For Zoro, his last name is Roanoa. Now, if you don't like One Piece or you don't know the characters, I do have some selenite. I actually have 2 different pieces of this, but this is the smaller piece and it's much colder to the touch. The other one is a bigger piece and it's hotter to the touch. So yeah, selenite has different properties based on what type you get. But yeah, so selenite. The oracle is the Saltwater Spirit Oracle card by Yana St. Levy. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. And if you want to choose via the tarot, I am going to be using the Age of Aquarius tarot. Pole number 3, I have Ace's big brother. Oh, I have Luffy's big brother, Ace. My bad. Anyway, so this is Ace D. Portgas. So his last name is Portgas, middle name D, and his first name is Ace. and he isn't blood related to Luffy as far as we know, but they do consider themselves to be brothers. So he actually ate the flame fruit, so he can actually turn into flames, use flames, and he isn't affected by flames and stuff. So he's a flame user. He I think this isn't a spoiler anymore because everyone's watched this, but he actually passes away in the anime. Really huge moment in the storyline of One Piece. It changes their world. It also changes Luffy. But yes, I've actually partnered him with the Carnelian heart crystal, and it's got a geode inside of it. So with this one, the color is orange. With this one, the color is red. I'll say the colors right before as well. I'm matching it with the Archangel Oracle cards, and I'm matching it with the Angel Tarot cards by Doreen Virtue. Both are by Doreen Virtue. For those of you who like pole number 4 or the color yellow, you also have Law to choose from. Law ate the op fruit, so he is now called the Surgeon of Death. He has death on his fingers. He has tattoos. He's got a sword called Kokaku, and he is about over 6 foot tall. He is a surgeon in his right, not just because of his fruit, but he was practicing and training to become a doctor from when he was a little boy. He is part of the Heart Pirates as well. So his full name is Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. So he has a little bit more of a full name. He's also a D. So everyone here is a D except for Zoro. I partnered him with the rose quartz tower. It looks much more pink in person. It might look very white on camera, but it's much more pink in person. I've put him with the Oracle of the Universe deck and the Light Seers. This is a mini one, so pocket tarot mini one, so Light Seers tarot deck. Okay, so for colors, we have green for pole number 1, red for pole number 2, orange for pole number 3, and yellow for pole number 4. If one of those colors are your favorite, you can choose from that. You will find all the timestamps below, and I will see you in your reading. Hello my beautiful pole number 1s. For those of you who chose Zoro from One Piece, he is the second in command of the Straw Hat Pirates, or whoever chose the color green for this pile, or who you might have chosen the Rainbow Flurite Tower, or you could have chosen from the Spirit Animal Oracle or the Oriens Tarot deck. This is your reading for 2026. So I'm gonna shuffle and get a Spirit Animal Oracle. This is sort of like an overall, you can have more than one, but it's more for an overall visual of what is going to be focused for 2026. I think everyone will have multiple focuses, but it could be one of the many. We're also going to cover, I'm going to go through some, health. I'm going to go through jobs, careers, money. I'm going to go through your personal life, spiritual. I'm going to try and get as much as I can. We got rebirth, butterfly. You can reinvent yourself, open to the rewards of change. You have the brilliance to share with the world. Love every part of your journey. And then on the bottom, I've just noticed, because I've flipped my hand up, Pathfinder as well. Release your past and start a new journey. You are the teacher and help others find their way. There will be challenges, but your soul is strong. Perseverance is your secret power. You have a love that endures. The Wolf. Okay, so I'm gonna set these up over here. Very, very nice. I'm also going to get some tea leaf because there's so much that can happen in a year. It doesn't have to be 2026. You can be coming into this for any year, you might also just feel called during a certain part of your life, because these are all, when we think about you know, spirits and the stuff that's definitely really important, like you got to remember the way our souls work, the 5D world, it's like time isn't linear. It doesn't work in a straight line. That's not the way it's supposed to work either. So that's why, you know, I don't really like putting a lot of headings to my readings because of that. I've had other people, I watch their readings and I'm just like, I'm not feeling it, but I know that in the future it might definitely resonate, because I've done that. You find a reading and at the time it's not right, but in the future you can sort of tell like the timing is just not right, and that happens a lot for a lot of people, where it's all because we're all on a different wavelength and different energies and different things we are doing. So we got the grasshopper, situations in the balance that require careful handling. We have vine, seek out information that will help you. We've got tankard, celebration, fun and enjoyment, which is, I mean, in a whole year there could be plenty. Temporary problems, again, a whole year. And you have fair man, dealings or relationship with a man with blonde, grey or white hair. Could be a parent, could be a grandparent. Doesn't have to always be relationship, but sometimes it is. Alrighty, I'm gonna get like yourself, your subconsciousness for 2026, for the whole year, what you're dealing with. Okay, we got a lot, which is sort of good. I did want to get a good picture. 4 of Cups, the Star, the Lovers, the Magician, the 5 of Cups, and the 7 of Wands. Okay, wow. So you have a lot that you're sort of trying to deal with yourself, like in your own personal space. You might be feeling bored or lost, like you haven't found what you're supposed to be doing, not just in life but maybe this year, like you feel a little bit aimless. With the lovers can be a partner, or it is that you have love on the brain, like one of your main goals in your life is to either be ready for a partner, like to be, and it sounds terrible because you shouldn't have to be a specific type of at a specific caliber for someone. It doesn't work that way. Love doesn't. It happens when it happens. And you might be thinking of love and thinking like, oh, I gotta have all my ducks in a row, like I have to have things ready and prepared. I need to have a job, and I need to be able to support a partner, and I need to have I need to have my debts paid out. Like either you're thinking like that, or you have, like, you're just looking for a partner this year. It might be one of your main goals for yourself, because when we think of ourselves, when you're in a partnership, you are then putting yourself into the equation with another person, so it is still involved with self. However, this could also be a choice. So the Lovers is a choice. Do I choose this or do I choose this? It could be you're deciding on where to put your energy for things that you're passionate and in love with. So like if you have hobbies and you have like very varying hobbies, like 2, 3, 4, you want to know sort of what to put your energy into for this year, or what is going to be your main focus. Like what could you maybe gain something back from, or what are you going to learn about this year? Some people actually love to do that. They will do like something for the whole year, like they're gonna learn about something the whole year, invest a lot of their time, energy, effort, and it's like off their own time, it's off their own bat, it's off their own back. And you might be deciding where to put your energy, because you also have the Magician. Now the Magician's all about creation, and it's typically something you create. So you're definitely choosing to put your energy into something. if this is indeed like you're focused on a relationship, you might be trying to manifest that relationship, because the magician does manifest things into reality. You put in energy, you put in effort, you do find a result from it. You know, you do see something from it. Anything you put energy into will come back. Just do know that some things might take more time than others, and the bigger you're trying to manifest, the longer it could take, or the more energy it could require from you. This card is about loss and sadness and disappointment. However, I do remember, like, in the original right away, you'll notice that there's 3 cups that's tipped over and 2 that are actually still sitting, but they're focused on the 3 cups. So I think with this, you might feel a little bit of like the time, it's taken too long. You might feel like you're not getting what you want, and it's a loss of time, but in reality, you still got those 2 other prospects, those 2 other cups. So instead of looking at like a cup half empty, look at the cup half full. You do still, like, it is going to be worth it. You know that story how that man, he buys a huge amount of land, and it's meant to be filled to the brim with gold. He buys it at a really cheap price. And he's like, I'm going to find gold, I'm going to make a fortune. Anyway, he's like digging and searching for like over 10 years. And he finally gives up. Like, he poured in a lot of time, energy, effort, and he never yielded any gold. And he sells the land to someone really cheap because it obviously didn't prosper. And he's thinking, there's no gold here. The person who bought the land dug for maybe a day and they found gold. Literally, if he had stayed and tried just that little bit longer, he would have struck gold. And I'm feeling like this is what this is saying. So when you get to a point and you think you want to give up, I'd say don't. However, I'm also going to say do rest. If you're putting in effort, like if you're putting 100% effort every single day into this one thing and you're not seeing results, you can feel like you're losing like all that energy, all that effort, because we do view our energy as like a currency, as do we do with time. Time is a type of currency. So when you don't see results, it doesn't mean that it's not worth it. It just means it's not going to happen now, but it will happen. It's just sometimes things happen at specific timing for a reason. And you have the 7 of Wands to finish up. So this is all about, you know, courage and protectiveness. It is about self-expression as well. It can be about boundaries. You might be looking at new ways to set up a healthier way to pour your energy, time and effort into something. With the beginning, you're gonna find something that's gonna give you hope. You might figure out you have like a hobby that you find something that's new, that's very interesting, and you pour a lot of energy into. It could also, because this is you, the self, you might also be finding a new focus, something that you are definitely going to be putting a lot of effort into. It can be yourself. This could be self-love. The Lovers is about, you know, loving yourself, getting more courageous, finding more confidence. I mean, you did choose Roanoa Zoro, and he is extremely capable. However, if you remember, he did have his ego and his pride damaged when he met what's his name? I'm trying to think. He met the sword master, you know, it's killing me, Mihawk. And when he met him, he wasn't the best, you know, sword master. Even though he had 3 swords and the other fella had 1, he put him down with a little knife they uses to cut apples. Anyway, that's what I mean. Like, you might find out you're really good and get discouraged. So if there's something that, like, you're pouring a lot of love and energy, something could discourage you later on, and instead of getting upset, it seems like you're actually going to look at this realistically. You're going to filter it, deal with it, and you're gonna take the steps to build either new routines or boundaries, something to keep your growth continuing on. I want to get, I might use a different deck so we can keep that there. Sometimes when you keep up some cards, you can see where there are connections with other parts of yourself. I do want to get, I'm going to be using Witch's Tarot. I want to get one for, not one card, but like want to look at your health, because our self, our body, our person is, when we do self, we're not looking at our 5D, we're looking at our 3D self. That's why our energy and effort is so, our time is so important, because it's the 3D self. So I'm gonna, because this is the Witch's Tarot, I'm gonna ask about your 5D self for the year, or whenever you're tuning into this. What is gonna be happening for your 5D self? That one definitely. Your 5D self, your spirit self. That one definitely. Oh, there's a few there. Oh, there's another one underneath. Fancy that. And this one. Anything else for my beautiful pole number one's 5D self? If you hear people and sirens and stuff, I'm sorry, I live on a main street and I live in a house of echoes, so lots of people come and go, and you can just hear everyone in this house. It's just a very loud house with very thin walls. It's an older style house. I'm gonna take them. Some people have more happening in their life than others. Some people do more stuff with their, you know, spirituality, their intuition and stuff, and a lot of things like that. So for, oh, you got a lot. For your 5D self, I might even move Zoro back a bit. I love Zoro. It's not my favorite character, but I do love him. I think he's the most loyal out of everyone to Luffy. He's never ever turned his back on Luffy. He's never ever gone against Luffy. He hasn't done that. I think a lot of people would say, oh no, you're not right, but that's how I really feel, and he's a very loyal person. Let's see. Oh, you're doing a lot. You're doing a lot, and you have the star yet again. So I'm gonna set that over there. So the Emperor is taking charge. So I think you're doing a lot of self-learning and studies and delving deep into your mind and your spirit. Sometimes when we study and learn about the spirit and the way everything works and how things, you know, go, how everything works, especially on the 5D, like when you're dreaming about people, when you might be working on your soul, like your shadow work, stuff like that, and you're taking charge with it. You're following your soul call. You want to do stuff that you feel called to do. The Page of Wands could be you getting a beautiful bright spark, a beautiful passionate idea. The Nine of Swords, I've got a feeling, is you very much overthinking it, like, oh, is this the right path? You're going to be second guessing. The Five of Swords, however, it is about indecision. I feel like you're going to be, you should have just probably gone for it, but I've got a feeling you're someone who overthinks, and it's probably why you know, you are trying to follow your heart and your passions. Even in your 5D self, you are focused on that, and your higher self is giving you exactly what you've asked for, but it's being delayed, either because it has to be delayed or because your 3D self is slowing your 5D self down. The Nine of Wands is about perseverance. Same with the Eight of Pentacles, is putting your effort into it. So same with the Seven of Pentacles. It's actually when you go from 8 to 7, it's more like you're learning something new, but then you find a comfort with it, you find a security with it. And then you have the Ten of Pentacles. So you're seeing a way, like, you get full enrichment and you feel like you've gained your courage. And the Six of Pentacles is actually about generosity and good fortune. Whatever you are going through on this soul journey, along with your physical journey, you're actually doing really well. And once you've learned something, so you know how, like, when you go through healing and, you know, growing as a person spiritually, and you do your shadow work and you're healing through all that, where you make epiphanies and you learn and you grow. When that happens, you feel like, oh, everyone can do this. This is amazing. Look how far I've came. Look at how I've figured out what I need to do. Like, this Two of Pentacles is about you deciding. So it seems like you're very like, oh, I can't do that. Like, you worry. And it ends up like, a lot of the people think that 5D and 3D are separate, but they're not. They're very connected. It's just that the 3D is our physical self and the 5D is our soul. Is our internal soul and our spiritual self, our higher self. So when they are connected, and they do play off of one another, and I can see you will make your way. And whatever you learn, it's as if you're like, everyone can do this, and you want to help people see that. You want to listen to people and guide them. I feel like you're a bit of a like a light worker, maybe in health, maybe in customer service, business. Like, you help people, like, you serve people, you help them, hospitality. But I do feel like light workers do tend to be like your doctors, pathologies, counselors, psychologists. You might even be going to psychology as well during this, but I definitely see you following passions, things you love, things you want to do. And this might be the rejuvenation you need, the healing you need, and the new spark of hope. With the Nine of Wands, it is a test of faith. It's a test of your faith in your ability to do what you hope to do. It's a tester, and all you gotta do is persevere that little bit more, and it's definitely gonna be worth it. You're gonna be sharpening your skills, whatever it is that you're growing or learning and healing with, and you're gonna get comfortable with it. It's gonna give you some extra security, and that is shown exactly with this. Ten of Pentacles is like you have everything you need, and it's like full realization, where it's like you've achieved, you've gained your courage and your strength, and you want to share what you know and your abilities and your healing with others. Not like to brag or to go on and on and on, but it's to help others in that situation. And it might just be that this is going to sharpen your intuition, your spirituality. You might also find that you know, might read tarot or oracle, or you also enjoy this a lot as well, and you might actually sharpen your ability to do that. You might have sharper dreams, you know. It might also boost your creativity. Maybe if you are a musical person, but you feel like maybe you've lost your niche, or, you know, you want to change into a different genre, but you feel like you can't. You might be going on a whole journey to actually do that. So whatever it is that you find out that you love and you want to grow in and you want to explore in the 3D world, simultaneously, it's as if your 5D world, your soul, is going through the exact same transformation. But of course we grow a lot more in our soul ability than we do in our physical ability, because our physical is actually restricted by time, because we only grow so much physically and learn so much physically, whereas on a spiritual level we're not really refrained by time. So if you notice, like when you dream, you find out you only slept 3 hours, but you had a dream that felt like it lasted, you know, days, years, you know, it's a huge dream. That's because time doesn't work the same. Alright, so I'm just going to quickly move these ones aside, and I'm going to get some health, some cards about your health, your physical health, and then I'm going to get some cards about your finances and jobs. So I could use some other decks. I feel like I'll use a different deck for you, my guys. Alrighty, I'm going to use Mythos. For your health. And I'm going to use this one for your money career. Okay. I'm really gaining a lot here. Gonna have a whole desk full soon. Alrighty. So for your physical health and well-being throughout this year coming, whenever it is you're tuning in, beautiful pole number ones, let's see. Okay, we've got the Wheel of Fortune. Very good. You might be striking some luck with your health. You also have the Four of Wands, which is it's typically like your family card, but it could also be like, you know, your health is stable currently. And then you have the Eight of Cups, where it's all about, you know, cutting losses or letting go. Let's see, anything else for our health? Could be a new cycle. So you might be starting a new cycle, I'm hearing turning a new leaf over. Okay. I got the Seven of Swords, okay, which is also like uncertainty or moving quickly. The Ace of Pentacles, the Sun, the Nine of Wands, the Queen of Coins, the Knight of Wands, Judgment. Okay, oh fantastic. It's good to finish off with Judgment. Judgment is a calling. So the Eight of Cups could be moving on. The Seven of Swords is, like I mentioned, about uncertainty or moving too quickly. But your Ace of Coins is actually about a prosperity or opportunity or an ambition. However, given it being health, maybe you learn a nugget of something that ends up being very useful. Like you get a nugget of truth, I'm hearing, or you gain some information about something and you're like, oh my god, that sounds just like what I have. The Sun, however, is actually, I'm hearing really good news. So whatever this Ace is, you're happy to learn this. You've got the Nine of Wands. That is about strength and like perseverance, completion. And then the Queen of Coins, now she's amazing with gaining money, but she's also really good at nurturing and healing and staying at home, a homebody. Like, look how comfy she is with these lines. You also have the Knight of Wands, so it could just be that you get a new adventure, and then Judgment is obviously your a calling. So it is like a renewal. So I am getting like, I feel like you get told like you have a lot of luck this time coming up with your health, but I feel like perhaps you were looking for an answer, but you didn't get that answer you were after, and you just cut your losses. and you've moved on. Like you've tried to move quickly, maybe onto a new doctor, someone who will hear you out. Or you're doing home remedies and something didn't work, so you've stopped doing that and you've moved on. And you try something else that might have seemed a little bit risky, or it didn't have a lot of medical backing or something like that. Or you hear about something that's like, what's the word, like it's not tested, it's like a trial, and you're going to join that trial. It is a risk, but it ends up being what you needed for your health condition. And you might actually, from doing something out of the normal that you typically would, it's something that might have been considered, someone could have lied to you about something, and then you're like, oh, I'll look into it. And in doing so, because this is about illusions, this is about like uncertainty, and from doing so you actually might gain insight on something else, and that's like, oh, that sounds just like what I have. You end up, I feel like you might find someone who will be willing to listen, but it's still going to take time. I'm hearing you have to be patient and to persevere. I've got a feeling you're going to be, due to health, you'll be more at home, and I feel like you're going to be extra, what's the word, like extra sensitive and listening very closely to your body. You might even get a book and like write down all your symptoms. Like you might say, oh, I had a stomach pain after eating this at this time, this started hurting at this time afterwards, hurt more when I stood up and walked. Like you're putting down very specific like wording and keeping track of it, because it might actually help a little bit better with you gaining diagnosis that I've got a feeling you've been chasing this. If you're not looking for diagnosis or whatnot, I feel like you're gonna be really lucky with your health this year coming. However, you are gonna probably have something come up, something like a flu or a cold, and then obviously you get over it, or you might even end up healthier after it. And yeah, you're gonna have a really good health this year coming. So that's your health. Let's look, I'm just gonna put it right over top because it's easier. I'm gonna look at what your finances, jobs, what income you could have this year, what job opportunities you could have, and you know, overall finances for this year coming, either 2026 or whenever you're tuning in. I know a lot of people put in jobs and finances, so let's look at job, Two of Swords. Now these will actually have everything about the Two of Swords. So yeah, you might be seeking a new job, even though you are currently working a job. I've got a feeling it's going to be a job you're not a fan of, but it pays the bills. Anything else on jobs? Yeah, you're going to eventually walk away from the current job you're in. You are not satisfied. You are going to, I don't think you're going to regret moving on. I've got a feeling if you do move on, it's gonna be, you weren't exactly 100% prepared. Like you didn't have that job ready, like a second job ready. But you will gain a lot. Like you're gonna grow a lot from leaving that job, even if it's at the right timing or not. Let's look at finances. And can we get some on finances for beautiful? Oh, okay, don't fall. There we go. Alrighty, so this is the Six of Wands. This is success and victory, and this one is your Knight of Wands. Okay, so yeah, you are definitely going to be very successful, and you're going to be in pursuit for adventurous. This is Two of Wands. You might be talking to someone who's like, oh my god, yeah, I'm opening up this business. I would really love your expertise. So when we say, I know this is for love and attraction, but like mutual attraction could be mutual gain with a new place that is going to hire you. You might also work with someone with open a new business. Hence why we also have the Knight of Wands. The Knight of Wands is about adventurous spirit. You have a passion and you're inspired to take action. You're inspired to do something that you've always wanted to do, and it's actually leading into something very prosperous, which we have the Nine of Cups. This is a wish granting card, so it's everything you've ever wanted. So I think if you do leave a job, whatever it is that you're going to do is going to be a windfall. It might not be an instant like money generator, however, you're gonna, because you're so passionate about this, that passion's gonna, you know, follow through, and you're gonna find that whatever it is that you end up doing is going to be worth it, and you will be making a lot of money. I'm not getting anything else. Oh, one more. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of direct energy going into this, so you will be a leader, and it feels like you're going to be gaining a lot of money that you can take control of your finances. You're gonna be having a really good structure and order. Yeah, this is a really good outcome. So I feel like with this one, because I did ask for finances, this is very strongly connected to whatever job you were doing. So I feel like at the beginning, it's not like you're going to be having your money in your hand. It feels like you're going to be investing it back into what you're doing, like the business you're going to invest it in. So you might actually go a little while without income. But a lot of people who start their own business they do that for the first little while. They'll get enough just to pay off their bills, but they don't actually give themselves like a pay. And that happens at the beginning, but don't worry, because it will take off. The fact that you have the Knight of Wands and the Two of Cups, you are also partnering up. You're finding what you're lacking. Like if you're not good at merchandising, or if you're not good at advertising, you're going to find the people with that mutually connect with what you want for your business, and it's going to be a really good mutual partnership with others. Yeah, but it's like your wish gets granted, you get an overflow of abundance. You might even go on like Shark Tank and sell your idea, or gain some backing, some real business and capital. And you do, like, you're still gonna own it. I feel like you're not gonna like sell a business or something for the money. I feel like you're gonna own it, and you would rather invest and grow it and become like a CEO of it, or, you know, like the owner and the CEO. You want that control, that masculine. See, that masculine energy is authority. It doesn't mean you have to be a man. You can be a woman, but you take on more authority and control, because this is your business and you're going to be gaining money from it. You need to take care of the people who work there, the people you supply to. So yeah, it's definitely going to work out. You're going to be gaining money from it in the long run. So let's clear this. I do want to find out family and relationships. Family and relationships for my beautiful pole number ones. I'm going to use, I have a lot of cards. I could use nearly every deck on here and still have more. Let's see. For a relationship, I'm going to use my stained glass tarot. Okay, very beautiful. For relationships and partnerships. Oh, Ace of Wands. Ooh, Ace of Wands. Sorry, passion, inspiration. So, I've got a feeling we have something that's sparking our passion. We might be looking for a partner. This has given me the, you know, the Liberty statue. So like you're putting up a light and like, you know, like you're looking for something. The Three of Pentacles, you might be talking to multiple people, looking at multiple avenues. You have the Six of Swords. You might have to travel. The Queen of Wands and the Seven of Pentacles, along with the Nine of Swords. Your Seven of Pentacles is like the harvest. So it's like being patient, growing, you know, learning, like, you know, I'd say it would be growing in a partnership. You might come across a Queen of Wands, which is a fire sign. That, think of Aries, Sagittarius, and Leo. Doesn't mean it has to be a woman. It can be anyone. But the Queen is very creative. They're a very determined person, and they have a lot of power. They have a lot of strength, a lot of courageous. They're very fiery, passionate, and they're very direct. They do like to take control and charge. That's just who they are. They do also like a lot of your fire signs. A lot of people probably think they don't like to travel, but fire signs love to travel, just like your air signs. They love traveling. They love being free. So that could be, you know, you might need to travel to meet this person, and they might want to travel. I feel like you will try and grow with them. You try to prosper with them. The Nine of Swords. So the Nine of Swords is about, you know, you might be worrying or overthinking. You might be second guessing, I'm hearing. It can be like sleepless nights or worry. You two might actually live apart and be talking over the internet. I feel like this is a second option. We have a Queen of Cups and the Five of Swords. Your Five of Swords is about conflict or indecision, but your Queen of Cups, she's a very nurturing, healing, sort of intuitive, compassionate, empathetic sort of being. You also should think of your water signs, so like your Cancer, the Crab, Scorpio, the Scorpion, and Pisces, the two fish. They are your water signs. Sorry, very loud, like I said, on a main road. Anything else? Because you are talking to a few people, you will be looking for a life partner, I feel. I feel like one will be online solely, like they might live away from you, and you feel like, see how they have a little flame? Like they do have a little flame for you. They do seem like you want it to grow and prosper. I feel like with you being apart, you just feel like you work all the time and you second guess everything because you don't see each other. They might even be like, oh, I booked a plane, I'm gonna come visit you, and then, oh no, this happened, my flight got cancelled, or like that might happen. It makes you second guess even if this person is genuine. You do have the Queen of Cups. Ooh, okay. The Queen of Cups, the Five of Swords, and the King of Cups. This, I'm having a feeling you might be talking to someone who's actually married and they've not told you. They might also be leaving their partner, but it's still like it's something that they're dealing with, and they might also have children at home. I feel like this is just one of the people you talk to and you find out. Let's see if there's any other, like what the third. I've got a feeling you've got three for this year coming up, like three main prospects. One is overseas, one actually has like a family and a partner, even if they are going through separation, which would make sense with the Five of Swords, which is like a loss of a partner, or a loss of you know, they might have lost their partner, but they're not over them yet. King of Wands, you might also be looking at a wand sign. So if this is a man, they might have lost their female partner. It's not gender specific, guys. So even though we see a Queen of Wands, doesn't mean it's a woman or a man. It just means that they might have, you know, fire energy. This King of Wands is also fire energy. So Sagittarius, Aries, and Leo. So you might be talking to another fire sign. Can be male, can be female. Let's see. But your ace is definitely about ambition. If you are already in a partnership, I feel like you will be looking at maybe your partner wants to travel away to work to gain money, and you worry about the relationship. You might have family members like parents who are trying to help you, and if you have children, might be trying to help you with the children while your partner's away working. But it does seem to be like that it's gonna cause a bit of a disagreement or something in the family. So there's many different ways I could read this, but I do originally have 3 from this 3 of Pentacles. So the third one is a King of Wands. Can I get some more information about the King of Wands, like who this person might be? The fact that you might have a specific type you're interested in. You might like powerful, authoritative, very confident people. You might like a confident partner who's quite direct and knows exactly what they like and don't like. If you are looking at partners, Queen of Cups is a water sign, like I mentioned. I feel like that is not the prospect at all that you want to be looking at. I feel like it's just too much for you. I'm feeling too much baggage. A Queen of Cups, even though they're caring, kind, considerate, they are very emotional. Your water signs are better. They can be very emotionally mature, but they are emotional just naturally. Ooh, the 5 of Wands. Okay, 5 of Wands can be about conflict, but also competition. I'm getting a feeling you might know this person in real life. This is someone you know in real life, and you get to talk to them and meet them. 5 of Wands is like you might be working in the same company. I'm feeling that. Your 9 of Pentacles is all about comfort and security, and the Page of Cups is actually creativity but naivety, being very naive. They might actually seem like a boss and really, you know, in charge and, you know, really assured of themselves in, like, if you know them from a working position, like, you know, at work. But when you meet them outside, they're quite naive and creative. You see like a different side of them. I feel like number 3 is the most accurate for you guys. But if you are indeed someone who has had to travel for work or is away from your lover, you will be working on communicating and get some more security. I feel like you will be going to couples therapy just to like strengthen your bond, because there might have been some conflict like within the family, and you might have children you need to consider. Or there's people talking in your ears and giving you messages from each other. Like, you know, you'll be talking to someone about your partner, and then later on they'll be like, they'll mention it and they'll be like, wait, my partner's talking behind my back. Like, other people are causing more drama and issues in your partnership. That's all I'm getting. I could keep on shuffling, but I'm not feeling. No, that's it. That's it. Alrighty, so if you are looking for a real partnership now, then number 3 I'm gonna say is right. If you want to look at the first 2, go for it. It's not like it can't work out. You can make your own decisions and choices. For those who are already married, there might be some hiccups, bumps, issues with other family members, travel, work, stuff like that. It will, you know, put some pressure on you, but you can persevere and you will work it out. Definitely. I feel like you do have a lot of passion for your relationship, a lot of love, a lot of respect for each other. But that's what I'm getting for relationships. Anything else I need to check? I'm trying to think. We've done finances, we've done some work, we've done 3D, 5D. We've done this. I might do a creativity. You know what? Stuff it. Let's do a kitty cat one. So, what about hobbies? Creative endeavors. Never use these. Never. Not once. Not ever. I think I got this for my birthday from my mum. Creative hobbies. 2 of Swords. You're deciding on what you want to work on. You might be very logical, and you're trying to stay focused on where to put your energy. We have Ace of Swords. Wow. Yeah, so you might be I feel like you might be more of a logical person. Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, and the Ten of Swords. You're a very, very logical person. If you're going to be putting your energy or effort into anything, it seems to be logistics, getting things sorted and done for the year. The Wheel of Fortune could just be that luck is in your favor with that. Justice is unbiased. It's also, it gives what you need, not what you want. It's also, it can be in your favor or in someone else's favor. There's a lot of balance, a lot of good luck, a lot of turning of the wheel I'm seeing with you. And ending on the Ten of Swords, you might just have a lot of stresses and a lot of mental things affecting your ability this year to, you know, you seem to be working this year. If you indeed are doing a business, this makes sense, like you having a lot less time at home. And that also makes sense with your 3D and your 5D, where you were putting all your passion and energy into something that you loved. So I think with that, you also had the Two of Swords show up, like you were wondering on what to do. It seems like you're not going to be focusing on your hobby. You're focusing on what you're passionate about and what you're starting as a position, as a job, as a business, as something that you want to put all your effort into. It might be a creative endeavor, but with other hobbies, you do not have time for them. You are sticking to one road. You're being very direct. A lot of air. This is, I think, mostly all air sign. The Ten of Swords could mean that you have a lot on your plate, a lot on your mind. But do know that even though you do have so much there, the 10 is the highest you can get in the swords, and then it all slips away. Can I get it? Oh, okay, I didn't have to. 8 of Cups and the Hanged Man, yeah. So, yeah, 8 of Cups is all about letting go. So, letting go of some of the responsibilities. I think once you get to the end where it's like, oh, I have, you know, achieved it, I'm now, you know, you got that Emperor card. Once you get there, you let go of a lot of the responsibilities. You take a bit of a step back. You get to take a sigh of relief. You get to sit back and look at what you've gained and what you've done from a different perspective. You get to slow down a little bit. So it's definitely nothing really in the hobby side of things. So, and I'll move these, which is good. Sometimes having a direct focus is the best thing to do for the year. And it seems to be you are very hyper-focused. Unlike Zoro, who always gets lost 24/7, you seem to have an idea of where you're going and what you're doing, which is really good. Okay, so I do want to do one last thing. With the Oriens Tarot deck, which I definitely stuck somewhere, it's over here, I'm going to pull a card for each month of next year, or whatever year you're watching this on. So for January, it's a card to sort of show the overall energy of that month. I did see one pop up, but if it resonates, it will. If it's meant to be, it will pop up again. 6 of Cups for January, for February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. What about October? I'm doing them upside down, that's why. October, that was November now. We need November. November, please. November. Ooh. And December. Ace of Swords, brilliant. Okay, so January is Six of Cups, so you most likely will be very nostalgic, thinking back of your past, your connections with friends, family. It is harmony and happiness, so you might be seeing a lot of people. Queen of Pentacles is, well, obviously working a lot. You might have a dealing with a earth sign who might be female, it doesn't have to be. However, you could also be working from home, doing your own business, laying down the groundwork, I'm hearing, be nurturing and taking care of others, and, you know, pretty much running your own business, working from home. That's what I'm feeling. The Queen of Swords is being very direct. She cuts out all the BS. She is very intelligent, has a good communication, very objective, so I feel like that's taking control. So groundwork, putting it into action. Your Knight of Wands is your passion. We've saw this before. So come April, you might start enacting, putting that passion to the groundwork and to your, you know, your sort of like, I feel like this is like the blueprint. So you lay down the groundwork, you get that blueprint, you grab the passion, put it all together, and then you start enacting it. Page of Wands, you have a lot of wands showing up right now. So your wands is about, like, you're sort of, you got the enthusiasm and you're working on it, you're quite curious, and you're creative. Not that you're making, like, you know, knitting a sweater or something, but you're creating this thing, you're working on this. You might have gotten the idea from talking to friends and family, like you told them about what you were liking and doing and an idea, and they all backed you up and said, oh my god, go with it. And this is what started this. Because it is a year and we're reading it like as month to month, it seems to be, oh, you know, it does show up like a storyline. You have the Two of Swords, so you might hit a bit of a speed bump, a bit of a worry, something you didn't foresee happens and it makes you second guess it, and now you have to sort of choose on what to do. Do you continue it on or do you drop it? Knight of Swords, yeah, fast action. So if there is a speed bump or something that's came to your attention where you probably need to make a decision, or there's an opposing idea, there's an opposite idea, like maybe you pitch your idea and someone has a totally opposite idea, you have to decide, do you relent and go with them or do you stick to your own? Stick to your own. The Knight of Swords is the fastest acting knight. It is very ambitious, single-minded, so you need one decision and like be very direct with it. They are very daring. They go straight ahead and they do not stop. Your Knight of Cups is probably someone coming to you. It's chivalry and romance. Typically it's like when someone wants to take you out on a date, but in this way, like someone could be giving you a date. It could be someone coming forward towards you with an offer, with some communication, something that could give you some clarity. The Ten of Pentacles is dynasty. It is abundance. It is prosperity, fulfillment, really good fortune. It is enough fortune that you can, you know, swim around and play in the ocean and have not a care in the world. Is also like you can take care of your family, like everyone is good. With the Page of Pentacles, I feel like you might decide on where to stick the money, like where to you're determined to put some away, or you might be sticking it into the new idea or a new opportunity, or investing it. It seems like you're being safe with it. See how this grasshopper's putting it into this flower to like keep it safe, but to nurture it and grow. A Hierophant, you might be asking for help from someone, a leader, someone with knowledge. You ask them for help and they offer you help. You might need to get more training and studies for something specific that you're focusing on. You might need to skill up. You could also, this is like people in the community who are trustworthy, like let's say a father of a church. It is to do with traditions as well. So if you are a traditional family, you might feel like family values, you might need to take care of your family if you earn the money. This could be you getting better skills and training to, better what you're putting your energy and effort into. Or you could also be asking for help from someone who is a specialist in that sector. So if this was for a health reading, I would probably read this as someone going to a specialist in that specific area that they need help in. Your Ace of Swords, which is really good, is all about new ideas, communication, and also clarity. So you might get a clearer vision from what you learn, or someone will give you information and that's what you needed to continue on. There is a lot of communication in your year coming up, so I feel like a lot of passion, a lot of dreams, a lot of assertiveness, but a lot of communication. And you're definitely, it is a very good way to finish off the year. This traditions, it's in November, so just January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So I think a lot of people have, like, you might go to a family event, or there might be a wedding, like anything that's traditional as well. So that's what I have for you, my beautiful pole number ones. If any of it resonated, please like, share, comment. I love to learn if I am reading good. But yeah, if there's anything else that you could recommend for my readings, I will love to hear them. And I'm wishing you all the best December and a happy new year. And I'm hoping that all of this good fortune and wealth comes to you. I'm leaving you with lots of love, light, and positive vibes. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye now. Hello, beautiful pole number twos. For those of you who chose Luffy the Monkey, for the main character of One Piece and the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, or you might have chosen the selenite rock crystal. You may have also chosen the Saltwater Spirit Oracle or the Age of Aquarius Tarot. This is your 2026 reading, but it could be a reading for any year that you click onto this. So didn't really know how I was going to do these readings. However, I done the first reading and it sort of went a certain way, so I was going to stick with that for the rest of them. So I will get a few of these cards to give us an overall idea of how our year will be going. Let me see. Put that back away. And I'm going to get some of these tea leaf cards. I'm going to get, for your 3D, I'm getting this for the year. For your 5D, I'm using the Witch's Tarot for the year. The Mythos is, I believe, let me double check, it is Finances. Your Tarot Meaning cards is for your career and like a job. This one, the Stained Glass, is for all relationships, and the cat one is for hobbies. And then we'll finish off with a reading, like a card for each month, and I'll be using your original tarot choice for that one. Okay, so let's see what might be your main focus. One of the main focuses for 2026, or the year that you need. Oh, you got a lot of focuses. You might be someone who's very multitasking or has a lot of things you want to focus on. You have 52 dolphin. I fight for what I believe in and will fight for those that cannot fight for themselves. I heard like lawyer. I don't know why I heard lawyer. We have 21 blue whale, a call to share your voice and speak your truth. You might be stepping into the limelight. Number 6, birth. Through many tribulations you persevered, and now the blessing comes. And then you have number 12, moon. You deserve to achieve your innermost desires. How very nice. Okay, let's see. Can I fit them all? So 1. Let's put the dolphin and the blue whale together. Because I have this. The moon. And birth. You might also be actually having a childbirth this year. That's another thing that I'm seeing. You might be birthing a new idea, new concept. Let's see, any tea leaf cards, just for like main events or feelings or things for the whole year, because it is a huge time, like portion of time we're meant to be covering. So yeah, let's see, anything. I think the last group 1 had a lot of these come out. Good, bad, all over the place. Advice, these are really good for advice as well. I didn't get any advice for the last group. I just done the month by month, like for the whole year, because it's so varied and such a big like spot of time. I didn't really want to zero in on something specific because it wasn't a very specific topic. It's a very open topic. We have will, indecisiveness, allowing your life to ramble aimlessly. Because there's so many of these, I feel like you have a lot of stuff that's happening and you might just be rolling with it. Temporary situations, shark, take care or there will be loss of material wealth. And dog, close up, pleasure with a close friend. You might go shopping with a friend, spend some quality time with a friend. Okay, now let's get your 3D. I do love these cards. Let's see. My beautiful pole number 2s. You could have also chosen this because you like the color red. And Luffy is wearing a red top. He tends to always have red on his person. And he's got a red stripe on the Shanks straw hat that he's got. So I assigned him the red color. So let's see, what is your 3D, yourself, your priorities, you during this year to come? What are you? Oh gosh, heap. We also have this on the bottom. I just wanted to note that it was on the bottom. So the 7 of Swords can mean someone moving in the shadows, someone is lying or being deceitful. Could be you are doing that as well. However, this could also mean that you see something clearly. I've had the Seven of Swords come out like that, like there was something you couldn't see before that you can now. The Hanged Man is new perspective, so you might learn who's doing this deceitfulness, or you see something clearly and it changes the way you view something. Enlightenment as well. This is the Hanged Man, but in this deck they called it the Hanged Woman. Yeah, your Eight of Wands is a lot of fast communication and action. You might be getting a message. The Truth, objectivity, authenticity. High Priestess, yeah, all about intuition. You might be going on a bit of a spiritual journey, delving into your shadow self and learning more about you as a person. I'm quite curious to get your 5D self. And justice, the truth. A lot of this is all about the truth, reality, you know, enlightenment. And you also have this card, which is Dolphin. I fight for what I believe in when others can't. And then your second one is the, you know, the blue whale, a call to share your voice and speak the truth. That's why I had a feeling of like lawyer. It's also the fact that you take care there will be material, a loss of material wealth. I've got a feeling you might have a shark in your vicinity, and it's like you can't see, you're in the water, you can't tell that there's a shark, so you have to be careful. You got to swim careful, don't splash too much. But yeah, there's a temporary situation. You seem to really be going with the flow. And the moon, like you have this moon card, the moon in the tarot is about your shadow self, illusions, delving deep into your subconsciousness, like what do you truly desire, you know? And this is all about innermost desires. You deserve to achieve your innermost desires. Maybe you're trying to learn and figure out what your innermost desires are, and you're learning that as you go along with this massive year. It might take a very long time, and you might not in the moment you will not see it, but over a long period of time you look back and you go, oh wow, yes indeed, you see it. You might also, I've just got this for a few people, someone might be going down the justice legal system, either dealing with it and having to learn about it because you're dealing with it, or you are actually stepping into that actual job, like a lawyer or a judge, or you know, something to do with law and order. You a police officer, doing jury service as well, something like that. So you might actually see behind the curtain of how the justice system works, and it really changes your perspective. Like you probably thought, oh yeah, justice gets paid out to whoever does wrong, but if there's like, you know, if some critical evidence goes missing, they get off. There is no justice. And you're like, I did not realize it worked quite like that. Like I didn't realize how loose it was. The way the law works is very different to the way morals work. So yeah, I feel like you're learning a lot. This could be all about yourself. This could also be what your surroundings are, which is affecting how you are dealing with it. It's the same with like I mentioned, if you're dealing with legal processes and stuff, when you deal with something you do learn about it a lot. It's the same with like if you got sick with, let's say, something you've never had before, you read up about it, you learn about it, you do research about it, how to deal with it, what are the side effects, what medication works, you know, you learn about it because you are dealing with it actively in the present. And that might be the same of this. I've got more of a feeling that whatever, if you are dealing with this, you're also learning probably a bit more about yourself, even if it isn't like, you know, law and order or dealing with a jury or going to court yourself or anything like that. It could be something totally different, but in the process of having something directly in your life, you're learning about yourself, like what you actually think about that, what you feel about that, what were your preconceptions before and what do you now think about it, what do other people think about it. Like you're looking at it from very, very different perspectives, and it's sort of like it's enlightening you and making you a bit more aware of how you take that in and how you learn about it as well. But let's get, this is for your 5D self. I'm using the Witch's Tarot by Alan Dugan. This is for your 5D. Now, your 3D is your body, you in the world, who you are. Your 5D, however, is your soul, your higher self, your spirit, pretty much, not your physical body. Then the 5D is less restrained by time, by reality, by the, you know, the world around them. It is about you and your learning and your experience of your soul. So our souls don't really experience time like the rest of our body does. Like our soul can be ancient and it's like on its 800th round or whatever in a life, and you wouldn't remember that, but that's where the saying old souls come from. It's also like when you dream, you know how time doesn't affect your dream self the same it does with your physical self. Like you might have a 2-hour dream, but it feels like you have you lived an entire dream that lasted years, you know? Like your subconscious and your spirit and stuff, like it isn't affected the same way your 3D self is. It takes in a lot more and it grows and it, you know, it expands, and you do heal on a soul level, and you might connect with certain people, have soul tribes and stuff like that. So it is very much the same part of us. Like it is us, but it's like your body is the puppet and your soul is the strings, pretty much. That's the way I view it, but your soul is actually in your person. So we'll stay here until this body expires and then we move on. So yeah, you might have soul contracts. Like that's where all that comes from. It's our soul, our 5D self. So you can be connected to someone on a soul level and not actually know them. That's where soul partners come in. Those. Okay, you got a lot, which is very much what happened with the first pile as well. 9 of Swords, 10 of Swords, the Fool. There's a progression, which is good because, well, I make it sound good, but it is. It's just that the way it works is that you go from 9 to 10 and then there's no more swords after that. It can't go any higher. And then you have the Fool. It's like absolute release. Something new adventure. You have the 9 of Swords, which can be, you know, overthinking, worrying, insomnia. You might be lacking some sleep or some actual proper rest, so your soul isn't getting that rejuvenation, and you're overthinking stuff to the point where you're not actually healing. So you go into 10 of Swords, and that's a lot of pain. It's not sadness, it's not good. This person's been stabbed through the back multiple times. If you notice, this woman's laying here, her hand's coming up. Can you see that? Her hand's coming up as if she's gonna take the swords, as if she's got the power to remove them, because she does. Probably empower this poor man. Anyway, not telling you to harm anyone ever. I would never do that. But like, you have a lot more power than you're giving yourself credit for. You have a lot of power. Your soul is very, very powerful. And it feels like once you release these burdens and you heal and you move on, I've got a feeling you've got to get out of your own head as well. Maybe being logical and stuck in your head is actually slowing your 5D down, like your soul. It's slowing your soul down. You're not being able to be creative. You're not being able to, you know, be curious and learn and grow and go beyond that. So something is on your mind, something that might cause anxiety or depression, or other people have been hurting you. If you are dealing with legal, only because this has a lot of legal in it, you might actually, you know, it might be really playing on you. But I feel like you do let it go. You start something new. The Knight of Pentacles is longevity. It is, it's like putting your hard work in, but it is also like you're putting in the hard work, and it's for longevity. It's like it's gonna be a slow race, but you're going to gain way more in the long run because you slowly planted these seeds and you nurtured them, you put in the extra effort, so you're gonna get a harvest that's even more bountiful than the farmer next door who just threw it and then hosed it and was like, okay, now come on. And they might be getting their harvest sooner, but they're not as healthy, not as well grown, not as big, not as cared for, and that doesn't show through like what yours will. So you're going to start something new, and it's going to pay off. The Six of Cups, as this obviously shows, is about nostalgic, like being nostalgic and thinking about the past. It might be you're thinking of a past circumstance that might be related to what you're experiencing, or you've gone through this before and you're remembering back on it. However, this can also be connecting to a family, friend, thinking back on your past, your childhood dreams, and what you used to love and what you wanted to be when you were growing up. I feel like you might heal a bit of childhood trauma. You're probably gonna be starting, this could be you going on the journey of slowly healing yourself and looking at where your life is going to be going, because this is the soul, the 5D. There is, yeah, you're doing a lot of shadow work. You're looking at your childhood trauma and your subconsciousness, and you're looking at where you need to grow, where you need to move. And this is judgment. Karma is judgment. It pays off. You get the calling, you do the healing. It's like an awakening, and you realize, it's like self-realization, and you've reflected. So this is reflecting and being called. You know where you have to go. I've got a feeling, because there's a lot of moons in this, I've got a feeling that the moon cycles, if you can look up the moon cycles, I do know Jenny Florence from Moon Magic Weekly. She's actually created a book where, depending on where you are in the world, you can get a book of all your cycles of the moon throughout the whole year. And I believe it's like a journal as well. But yeah, the moon cycles affect us humans because we do have a portion of water in us. Women do work on a cycle. Our whole body does. We are meant to work like clockwork. You know, it affects the magnetism of our tides, our world, our weather, our psyche. It affects that. So I've got a feeling either the realization or the beginning of this journey is going to really be dependent on your, you know, the cycle of the moon, that you're going to either decide to start this journey or you're going to come to a realization due to that. But you are putting in the effort and the work. That's what this card shows, and this one as a new beginning. I'm getting The Wizard of Oz. What's that new one, Wicked? I've not watched it, honestly. I haven't. I know Ariana Grande's in it. I know they've done a second one. But Toto, that's the first thing I thought of. Toto, you might be... Well, there is also Dog Close Up. I've got a feeling if this is a new adventure, something you're deciding to do, like to grow, to learn, maybe study, and while doing that you learn, because like I said before, what you're exposed to is what you learn about and what you absorb and what you think about, and that might be what's going to help you grow and change and, you know, go through all of this like shadow work and childhood trauma and stuff like that. This could also be a friend who's sort of a guide for you, because you have a dog here and you have a, you know, the dog is a dog close up, pleasure with a close friend. So your friend might be helping you on this journey or giving you advice and ideas. Yeah, it feels very very specific. There's also the tent, where it's like temporary situation. This is very temporary. I have a feeling this is only months, literally only a few months this is lasting. It isn't like you're like, oh poor me, this is so terrible. There is something you're actually dealing with, whether it's law, whether it's health, whether it's something that is really putting pressure on not just your body but your soul. Is putting pressure onto your psyche, your intuition, your guides, and it can be difficult. Anything else for poll number 2? Sorry, there's a lot of people who live in my neighborhood who have very souped up cars and souped up bikes and V8s. Even my brother has a V8. So there's you'll always hear sirens, you'll hear cars, you'll hear people revving. I'm not getting anything, but if that is the case, maybe you're just revving up. So this is a very short period of time, and then you sort of rev your engine, you get moving. And when you do, even though it's slow and steady wins the race, the amount of work is astronomical. And I feel like you know exactly what you want and what you need to do. So that's your 3D and your 5D. I'm going to clear this, and we're going to move on to your finances. Back. So let's move on to finances, and then we're going to look at career and job. Hold on, I think this one was actually health, and then that's finances and career. So your health for 2026, or the year that you are watching this. So your health, my beautiful poll number 2s who chose Luffy because they're either the main character, which everyone is the main character of their own life. You might have chosen the selenite, or you could have also chosen the color red. Red could be your favorite color. But yes, Luffy is actually a rubber man. He can expand his body as far as he needs to. For anyone who does love One Piece or anime in general, if you want to comment below what your favorite anime is, what your favorite character is. I love anime. I could definitely talk forever about anime. The fact that I'm doing cards is pretty much what I'm trying to stay zoned in on and give as much clear, accurate guidance and information from what I'm getting. That's why I'm not yakking about all the anime. My favorite anime though is Bleach, and my favorite character from it is Grimjow. Anything else for health for my beautiful poll number 2? Okay, so we have 10 of Wands, 8 of Coins, 6 of Coins, Temperance, 10 of Coins, 9 of Coins. Okay, that's really good. And then Judgment. A Judgment again. Your 5D finished with a Judgment. Okay, so the 10 of Wands is actually about burdens. So you might actually have a few medical conditions, or one medical condition that's putting a huge burden on your body. It might be actually to the point it's affecting your ability to live a life or to experience normal living, or it's affecting your daily living. It could just be a sickness that you can't quite get rid of. Like, you know how you get a cold and then it just sort of sticks around and you never get rid of it? Could be something like that. The 8 of Coins is actually about skill, craftsmanship, and determination. So from this, I'm going to say you're going to be probably learning a lot about what you're dealing with. You might research it a bit more, or you might look up, like, please don't check up on Google. They always say you're dying or having a heart attack, or you're pregnant and having a baby, even if you're a dude. It's not the best, but you know, you might, like, if you find out, like, if a doctor tells you you've got just this, and you're like, oh, okay, well, research it then. You learn a bit about it and how to deal with it better. Or you might know you have, like, you might have a, like, something very specific. You might have a very specific autoimmune disease, or you might have a very specific, what's the word? It's like a something that impacts disability. Oh, thank God. Sorry, my brain doesn't work. I'm on medication, makes my words not connect quite as quickly as I'd like it to. So yeah, you might have a disability or something. You do research and you look into it, and you might talk to people who have it, and you might actually learn a bit more and do some more research, and you might get a bit of insight, I'm seeing, because this is determination. The 6 of Coins is actually about generosity and good fortune. You might, like, strike luck. You might find a non-for-profit who helps, or you might, let's say you find out you suffer from something specific, and they're like, oh, we can give a free wheelchair to anyone who's suffering from this, so long as you show it. And, you know, you might gain some help with it. Like, you might be able to receive the things you actually need to continue with the most comfortable lifestyle possible. Temperance is actually about being, you know, healing. It's also about balancing. So you might have to I feel like you're accepting what you're going through. I feel like it takes a little while, hence why you have your learning, determination. You will be healing. Temperance is about patience, but it's also about like accepting it, but balance. And your temperance is about healing. It is a water sign. Your 10 of Coins, now this is about, typically it's about dynasty, you know, families. It's like a bit of a get together, but it's like fulfillment and prosperity. So you might have find that you have a lot of backing, is what I'm hearing. Like, you have a lot of family or friends who are backing you up with whatever this medical, like, your health is. The 9 of Coins, to go from 10 to 9 is actually a wish granted. Like, it can be, you know, comfort and security and safety, but it's called the wish granting cup, like, card. It's like all your cups. Oh no, it's the 9 of Coins. I'm thinking 9 of Cups. No, this is comfort. So you might actually find there's a blessing from your, like, whatever you're dealing with medically, and it brings your family together, and it gives you some extra safety, security, a safety net, I'm hearing. Your 5 of Wands is about maybe some disagreements, or there's a competitiveness. You might, I'm hearing you put on a list, and, like, obviously there's all these other people on the list. You might feel competitive, like waiting for a healthcare system. I feel like you are ambitious though, so this could help. You might want to share your story or the information, or give information to people who need it, just like how you needed it when you were in need of it. Like, at that point in time, when you were at this stage, I feel like when you get to this stage, you want to sort of be able to help a person who's at this stage in their journey. Because you got to remember, this is sort of like for a whole year, so this could be a very slow thing. Like, the 10 of Coins is a very slow abundance to come in. Judgment, again, you finished off with Judgment, is renewal. But it's also realization and reflecting. I feel like you might have a choice. If there is something to go ahead with a surgery, or if there's, you know, anything else where it's like you've got to make a choice between this or that, or, you know, follow your instinct for this. I feel like that would be, oh, let's see what's the bottom card. The 7 of Cups. Yeah, you're going to have choices. Follow your instinct. I think your family's going to be helping you a lot. But do consider all your options and follow your intuition, because you did have the judgment in your 5D. So I feel like you're definitely gonna have a lot of choices and things. This feels kind of big, but it also feels a bit like, if it's not one big thing that you're dealing with, like a huge, you know, disability or something like that, it could be like you get one thing and then another thing, and it might actually feel like domino effect, like you have a lot of medical things happening, or it could be that one thing actually impacts and ends up causing the next problem, which impacts and causes a bigger problem, or that it turns out all these little things was actually one big diagnosis that everyone was looking at it individually instead of a one huge issue. So yeah, but it will turn out positive. I think it takes a while for you to get there, only because you need more information, you need second opinions. There will be times when you are going to be sad and down on your luck. You're going to feel like you've been given dealt a hard hand. Like with this card, even though the 6 of Coins is about generosity and good fortune, it can also be that we feel like we're lacking good fortune. So you might, and see how like her eyes are, like I don't know if that is a glitch, but like I'm feeling like she's looking down like she's crying. I don't know, I feel like it's, even though it could be a positive card, I'm getting a very sadness from it. But I feel like after you get down on your luck, people come together, and it's okay to cry about the circumstances you're going through. That's perfectly natural, it's very human, and it's okay to say you wish for things to be better. Maybe it is that you took for granted when you were healthy, and you're like, god damn, I wish I was back to that. But you can't, and you have to move forward, and it will be okay. Everything will work out. People are in, I see like your mum coming over and doing like your house chores and cooking you a nice meal and making sure you're fed and that your diet's right, and you know, I've got a feeling a mother's gonna come in and take good care of you. So that is your health. Let's get finances and jobs. So last time I just did a job. I asked about jobs, careers, jobs, careers, poll number 3. Jobs and careers, poll number 3. You've got the Page of Cups. So you might actually be doing something where you can be creative. You might also be doing, this could be, I have a feeling you could be doing something from home. You might be a young person, or you're working in a job that's typically for younger people, because it's a youthful energy. Intuitive messages. You could work in a place where you get phone calls, emails, and you deal with it, like a receptionist, administrator, something like that. But yeah, just gonna put that down. Page of Cups. Anything else for career, job, anything? If you are very unwell with the health like we just had, you might actually start working from home. Otherwise you could actually be someone who, like, I've got a feeling like someone from home who paints and then sells their portraits and their work to live off their own money from their own creative endeavors. It doesn't have to be painting, it could be anything. It was just a picture I had in my mind. Ace of Swords. Okay, yeah, breakthrough, new ideas, success, mental clarity, justice, and fairness. Justice again. So I definitely feel like you might figure out exactly what you want to do. If you are working in the legal system, you might go from oh, what is it? It's you know, in Suits, Prince Harry's wife, the job she done. I can't even think of it. Oh, I wish my brain worked the way it used to. I'm getting old. But you might be working in a different sector, in the law sort of area, and you move further into the job you actually wanted. or in doing this you figure out exactly what you want to do. If not, you might be working from home and you end up figuring out what job you want to do and going for it. You might get a breakthrough, a job offer, something where it's like a new idea. You might be working in a place and it's a younger sort of place, and you give them some new ideas and they end up making breakthroughs with it, and you can get a promotion. Let's look at finances now for you. Finances. So if you are in a job and you're not working from home or anything like that, you could get a promotion where you're at. You might feel like there might be a place where you can level up. You're going to, but you also, I feel like you need to not step out, but not step up, but like come through with ideas they probably weren't expecting from you, if that makes sense. There is the Queen of Swords, unbiased judgment, clear boundaries, direct communication, independent. So yeah, she doesn't deal with bullshit. Queen of Swords, very direct, very good communication. You have the Four of Wands. So this is actually a card of celebration. It's home and family. This is another thing that made me think of you were probably working from home. A female, you might work under a very direct, no bullshit kind of boss, or you're gonna be acting like no BS, no cutting corners. This is what I'm saving my money towards. This is what, like, you're really sticking to a budget. You might also be helping to take care of the house and family. You might be a provider, or like if you don't have like a wife and children or a husband and children and you're not the breadwinner, you might be supporting other family members. Oh my god, you got justice again? What's happening? Okay, justice, truth, cause and effect, law, fairness. So you might be gaining money fairly or coming into money due to an unbiased thing, like, you know, I'd like to say like money comes into you from something that they double checked someone's records and it turns out they withheld too much tax from you, so you get that tax money back. Like you get some money from like a fair look through, like it's owed to you, it's yours, and it isn't because of, oh, I got lucky. No, it was yours, you know, like it's just unfair. It's a unbiased payout. It could be that you get paid for, I'm hearing if someone pays like child support or something, they end up rebalancing, or you're looking at how much you actually have to pay in alimony or something. This could be a judge, I'm seeing. Two of Cups, mutual attraction, partnership. I feel like money might be coming in a bit more from a partner. If you do have a partner who works, they might get a pay rise and they're actually putting more money towards the, you know, income towards the household. You have the Queen of Cups as well. So the Queen of Swords is your air signs, and then your Queen of Cups is your water signs. But she's very compassionate and nurturing, so a lot of wisdom and stuff. This could be your partner, this could be a mother, might be helping out around the home, might be who you help to support from time to time. I am seeing a family who probably, like, you know, the partners, the mother, father, the children, and like the grandparents, and I'm sort of seeing everyone in a household, which gives that like 10 of Pentacles, like real abundance. Like if someone got sick in the household, everyone would sort of pull their weight, you know. And you've got the Knight of Pentacles. I believe you had that before. Yeah, manifesting financial opportunity. I feel like if you want to invest into something that's safe, like even if it is safe but steady, like in the long run you will have a lot to earn back from it. I feel like that is a smart idea. But you do have, I feel like you've got a budget and you're having to stick to this budget, and I think you're gonna have to tell the family, like, this is the budget, there is no if, buts, or maybes. We need to stick to budget. Like, I feel like you've probably learned a lesson from maybe the previous year or the year before that, and you're trying to balance everything, balance finances. I feel like if you do get money back, it is from, like I said, like from, you could gain money from family. I'm getting, it could be like heirloom or something from when someone passes. However, I feel like you are sticking to a budget. You're very careful with money. You seem to be a very conscious person when it comes to finances, which is not a bad thing at all. If anything, more people need to be good with their finances. However, that's also with this warning, be careful, take care, or else you will lose money. And I feel like you're not taking any chances. The Queen of Swords does not take chances. You might find some people are going to try and pull on your heartstrings, maybe to get something out of you. Don't relent, because once you, what's the saying, you give an inch, they take a mile. Yeah, only if it's in writing, I'm hearing. So if someone wants to borrow money, get it in writing and when they're going to pay you back. Don't give out freely, because I feel like this person will be the shark who's going to keep on taking. They'll take a leg and then they'll take an arm and then they'll take, you know, the liver, and yeah, they just keep on taking. That's what I'm hearing. So you need to be careful. I feel like you're going to invest, but you might be investing at the start of this year, but by the end of the year you're definitely going to get something from it. And the bottom of the deck is the King of Wands. So natural born leader, vision. You have a vision in your mind for your finances and you're sticking to it. You're taking control, you're taking initiative, and you're gonna be doing it. You're not gonna let anything slide. I think you will care if family, let's say if there's something family needs, you will make it work, but I feel like you've probably taken that into account at the start of the year. Do be careful though, very careful. I'm hearing loan sharks. If you have a loan, my old family member might have a loan and they end up hitting you up. Let's say if you have someone pass away from because your Four of Wands isn't just like a celebration where it's like for a wedding, it can also be a funeral. If they had a loan, I feel like, and their debt gets passed down to whoever inherits it, you might have loan sharks coming around, and I'm feeling like they're not your normal typical legit loan shark. So do be careful, and that might also be where this justice comes in. Like, you might need to seek legal help for that. But yeah, that's what I'm getting. There's a lot that came through with this. You've got two cards about balance, one after the other. One is more air sign, like logical, and the other one's more emotional. You are doing a lot, my darlings. You're doing the right thing though. For this year with finances, yeah, you're doing the right thing. Your job, because I'm reading, this is all general reading. You can get 1,000 messages. However, with the Page of Cups, you could get a new idea and then enact it. But I do feel like a Page of Cups is quite young and naive, and then I feel like you start something new and fresh, like you jump up, like you get recognition. So there's that as well. If you don't, maybe your partner does. Okay, so that was a lot. I'm actually starting to lose my voice because I'm talking too much. I talk a lot during my readings. I really do. I need to sometimes tell myself to shut up, but how would I tell you all the things you need to know if I don't, voice it? All right. So our stained glass tarot is actually for, let me quickly double check. It's for our relationships. And then this next one is for our hobbies for the year. Some people do have hobbies, some people don't. If you don't, we'll see that in the cards. All right, so relationships. This is also romantic, it is platonic, it is work, it is family, it is parents, cousins, siblings, children, grandparents, everyone and anyone. Relationships could be friends, work colleagues. Judgment. Oh my god, I swear, justice and judgment. Well, you guys should know what judgment means by now. You might be reflecting on the relationships you have with people and who actually comes through. So I know some people will hop online and be like, oh my god, I'm in a pickle, I need 20 bucks, who can truly help me out now? And they will see who comes through for them, just as like a loyalty test. We have judgment, the 5 of Cups. Yeah, you're very contemplating on who are your friends and who is not. I feel like you're going to do a massive cut on those who are loyal to you. Dog close up. I feel like this person's obviously going to help you out and stick with you, but they might help you realize some people aren't actually friends, and this might, you know, help with, it's also helps with the 5D when you stop seeing people and you know go, are they even friends? You might be doing a cleansing of people who are taking your energy, and this person might be someone who starts that journey off, because you did have the Toto with the Fool, who is like a new beginning. I'm hearing declutter, so it's like decluttering but partners and friends and people. So you're looking at you've got 2 here and 3 here. Well, it's meant to mean loss. All I'm seeing is that you're actually getting rid of the ones who don't serve you, and you're keeping the ones who are of true value. You do have the 2 of Cups. You might start a new friendship, a partnership. Could be I'm hearing legal. You might be joining a new partner, new legal partner, a firm. But I'm also getting, this might be a new relationship for some people. If not, it could be you know how you work with someone? Let's say for example you are a police officer, you might get a new police officer partner. Typically partners stick together in officer work. It could be that. You could be starting a new partnership as in a lover. You might let go. There might be judgment on your previous partner. You might end a relationship and start later on a new relationship. When you hear it all the time, when you break up a partnership, you actually lose a lot of the friends. Friends sometimes pick sides or whatnot, and you might lose more than you thought when you leave a partner. However, getting this new partner is going to be your realization. Look at that. On the bottom is the star, which is like hope and rejuvenation. The Tower, though, this is what sort of is slowing me down. With a Tower, if a Tower showed up in a relationship reading, I'd be like, oh, break up. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. It's not funny, but the Tower is number 16. It is freedom. It is you know, a change. It is unforeseen. It is chaos, but it is also awakening. You might start with a new person. It might end really quickly. You might go start a partnership and it is what you needed, and you've awakened. You know, this could be not like relationship. It could be a new partner at work or something, and you end up gaining a really good friendship you did not see coming. This might be what you needed as a change. You might grow more by having this other person in your life, because you have the Star, which is rejuvenation and healing. It's a beautiful card to have show up. So yeah, it's like spirituality. So this might, like I said, with your relationships, I do feel like this could connect with your 5D. I feel like everything connects to the 5D, like our soul and our growth and the way we live and stuff like that. But yeah, for relationships and friendships, you, depending on who you are and what you're going through, you could leave a relationship. You could also be getting rid of a whole heap of friends. You might figure out some friends are not true. They're not truly a good friend, and it makes you think like, you know, it's a temporary friendship. You might actually cleanse, I hear, cleanse a few people out of your life and just, you know, value those who are loyal to you. And you might meet someone who is a new friend, and that is the change you needed to heal and just focus on those who are truly worth your time. I feel like work is going to be taking time for you, or finances and family, so you don't have time for others. And when the people who you have less time for end up talking bad about you, it comes back around, and that's when you figure out, oh, who is your friend and who isn't, who backed that person's words up, and who actually understood that you're busy with family, friends, medical. Like, I have a feeling you got a lot going on this year to come. But yeah, it's I think once you declutter that, you get rid of all the negativity and you start healing. I don't think you realized how badly you needed that until it happens. That's what I have for relationships. I was hoping for a little bit more, but I'm not feeling much in relationship wise. Maybe that besides cleansing, getting rid of what doesn't work. You might also just have people cease talking to you, and you're fine with that. You're not going to chase, is something that I'm also hearing. Your hobbies. Let's see if you have any hobbies. Pile number 2, color red, selenite. Do we have hobbies? Ooh, we might. Oh gosh, Jesus. So I'm definitely feeling those. And those, I'm gonna leave it at that. I feel like that's a lot. Jesus, that's a lot. Let's see. The moon is on the bottom. Ooh, yeah, okay, I'm getting some stuff. The Hierophant, the Ace of Swords, the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, these are all cats, by the way. Aren't they awesome? My mum got me this for my birthday. The 10 of Swords, the Wheel, the 8, and the Hanged Man. You got hobbies that you do at home for sure. I feel like you're someone who takes the initiative to learn or to talk to someone who might be good. So let's say you're doing woodwork, it's a hobby. You might talk to someone who actually does it for a job to gain some more insight and techniques and stuff. I feel like you do put quite a bit of effort into it. It's something that you might find mentally stimulating, and you can do it from home. I feel like when you're overwhelmed and stressed with work, you fall to this. It's very therapeutic for you. You also could, I've got a feeling you could gain money from it, but it's probably something that has a season in and a season out. Like maybe you can't do as much of this wood, like for example, I'm using the woodwork for example, like maybe competition cutting wood and stuff like that. Like I've got a feeling maybe it's only got an end time during certain seasons of the year. That is one thing. It is another thing that maybe you're really good at it and you get recognized to like being good at it, and that could, like, you know, maybe this is your calling, like a hobby that you find that you love, that you might be able to do like as a job. That does sort of resonate with the Ace of Swords you had earlier in job. Like you might realize this is your calling, your destiny. But this does also mean life cycles. It could also mean karma, like good or bad regardless. Obviously we've mentioned before, but this can be letting go. It could mean that you do need to travel to do your hobby. Like if you go into it a bit full time, you might not be able to do it where you live. You might need to travel for it. And the Hanged Man is about, obviously, I think we've gone over a lot of these, but it's about, you know, this is also letting go. So the fact that you have 2 letting goes and you have a life cycle card, I am feeling like you might, if this is something that's going to require money, I feel like you might actually stress over and be like, no, it's not worth it, I need to drop it. But it actually brings you so much joy. So I'm getting a few different things. I'm getting that you would go with it, and you would travel for it, and it might actually help you live a life where you learn more, you get a different perspective, you slow down. You'd have to sacrifice a lot of other things to be able to do this. But the moon is that this is healing, very healing. I'm getting this whole wheel, like indecisiveness, allowing your life to ramble. I'm definitely getting that, like you want to just go with it, but I feel like it's not that easy with this hobby that you do. Very interesting. This is a very different kind of read for a hobby. I feel like it's something you could earn from, something you want to put more energy and effort into, but I feel like you talk yourself out of it because there is no backing financially. Maybe you have less support for this one. Maybe like the family is like, oh, how are you going to support us if you're doing this? Like, we can't just like have you drop your job. But it's sort of what you need to be able to deal with your shadow work and your healing. You might have a false illusion about this hobby where, you know, you think you can't do this as a job, but that's just an illusion, or that's something that, you know, one of the family members told you or a friend has told you, and it turns out actually this is a booming industry, and they the more the merrier. Like, you could gain this, you know, XYZ from this. And also under that is temperance. So temperance is obviously patience, but it's also acceptance and, you know, resolution. You gotta come to a decision. I feel like if you did this would heal you a lot, but I feel like you're gonna have to burn bridges to get to it, or it's going to affect other parts of your life. You might have to, you know, go without the lifestyle you have. You won't be able to afford it anymore, or you'll have to leave a job that was, you know, secure. You might have some friends not agree, or family members. It might actually, you know, end a relationship, or it's something like that. This is whatever. My beautiful part number 2 is whatever hobby you have. I am so curious. Can you please comment if this resonates with you and what it is that you do? Because this seems to be pretty big. I've got a feeling this is connecting with your 3D and your 5D self. Whatever it is, it feels like if you do this, it's like you're putting all your eggs into the one basket. It's kind of risky, I'm getting. However, you will earn back from it. Yeah, 4 of Wands, it will end up being more beneficial for your family. But I feel like you gotta commit to it, and you have fears about it, you have worries about it. But that's amazing. That's a really cool hobby reading. Very different to the last one, to pole number 1s. Alright, now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pull a card, one for each month, to give us a good read of like sort of like a storybook. I do like doing this. I do this in my own life, to be honest. I pull one for January. It's one for each month. I do not do more than one. So we do one, and because we're reading this in a linear, like time, it's in for a year, it is more of like, you do get a bit of a clearer picture. This could be about, oh god, I hate when that happens. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We only need one more. Let's see, can we fit them all? Might be able to. 1, 2. It's the problem with big cards. It's harder to fit them. I'm gonna move these guys. Set them up here. Two, 4, 6. in just December now. All we need is December. Please and thank you. That is it. The one sticking out. Okay, let's flip these and see what we have. I'm just going to set this on top of these. I don't usually do that, but... Okay. Page of Pearls, which is Pentacles. The Event Horizon. This is unique to this deck. The Five of Swords. Five of Wands. Queen of Swords. Death. I don't do reversals. However, this one was reversed. I will keep it just for that whole point that it was reversed. Eight of Swords. Eight of Pearls, which is Pentacles. Age of Aquarius. This is the card of this deck. The Ten of Wands. Ooh, okay. Six of Wands, and then the Six of Cups. I'm noticing some, like we got 2 5s, 2 8s, 2 6s, synchronicities. You do have a lot happening, but a lot of synchronicities. So like I said, it's as if you're doing shadow work. And then you have attentive, adept, and self-development. So you are, like we got from earlier with the 3D and 5D, you're working on yourself. There might seem to be some conflict. You've got two conflicting, like these are all about conflict, competition, and tension. So it seems like, and you also have another Queen of Swords that came out quite a few times with you. I feel like you grow and you learn what you're willing to deal with and what you're not from the conflict that you were facing in your life. And it seems like you grow. You go from 5 to 8 and to 6. Death in reverse is like it mentions. It is, you know, growing. It's remission. It is a change. It's cathartic. So it is the healing, it's what you needed. It's good for your health, your mental health, your physical health, your emotional health. The 8 is, well, the 8 of Swords is like, you know, self restricting. If you remember, they're like tied up, surrounded by swords, but it's like self-restriction. You might feel like a victim. However, this 8 of Pearls is about mastery, being gifted and very resourceful. You might actually feel, I feel like if you had people tell you don't do that, you can't do that, you can't stop doing this, like how we mentioned, like you had a habit, or you had a you know, you had a hobby, you had a hobby that you really liked doing, and everyone was like, it felt like people were against you in that hobby. This is probably where this victim mentality is coming from, but I feel like it's needed. It's not like it's a given, because you have people attack what you love to do. When people put down what you do as something meaningless, you're being attacked for the things you love, you know? So that is given. You should feel like you are a victim, because you've just been attacked on what you love. That if that doesn't constitute being a victim of someone's hurtful words or whatnot, I don't know what does. The awakening and ascension. I feel like this is probably the moment where you see what you have to do and what you are going to do. It's like the realization, like, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do what I love. It is going to take more than what you expect. I feel like it's going to require sort of like, you know, a sacrifice. Bring me a sacrifice and I shall gift you what you wish, you know. I feel like, and I think that realizing either if this is going to cost a lot of money, like the money that's going to cost, or if it's going to cost a lot of friendships and family ship, like a lot of relationships, like you got to get rid of them. I feel like you're actually weighing what that is going, like what is the charge for this item, what is it going to cost you to do it. And I think this is going to give you a bit of like, you're going to pause for a second, be very uncertain. It's going to cause you a lot of concern, like you're going to be, oh my god, and you're looking at the amount of work you're going to have, like you're going to have to do for it. But I can tell you, go with it. It's something you've probably always wanted to do, something you've loved doing since you were young. This is probably going to help you connect to your inner child a little bit better. I've got a feeling if this is a hobby that you put down or you kept secret for a long time, it's probably because you've had someone in your family or your life tell you when you were younger, like, oh, you're shit at it, don't bother doing it. And that actually crushed your confidence. It crushed that little child in you all those years ago, and that sort of stuck to you. So that's why I'm also getting a lot of shadow and healing, like a lot of inner child healing from. But this Six of Wands is confidence, balance, recognition. You heal a lot. You grow confident again and you succeed. It's what you've needed. It's truly beautiful. Oh, whatever this is, as you can see with these being put out from month to month, you really get an actual storyline from it. And when you put this with what we had from our 3D, our 5D, our health, our finances, our job, our relationships and family, and our hobbies, you sort of get the full picture. So if this resonates, please like, share, comment. I'd appreciate it. Especially if you can tell me what this is. Oh, and that hobby. Oh, I'd love to know. But my beautiful pole number 2s, this is the reading I have for you. Leaving you with lots of love, light, and positive vibes. And I'll see you all in the next one. Bye now. Hello, my beautiful pole number 3s. You might have chose Fire Fist Ace, also known as Portgas D Ace. He was the captain of the Spade Pirates until he joined Whitebeard and became his second commander. So you might have chosen him. He is also a fire user. He has the Logia fruit of the fire fruit, flame fruit. So there's also this beautiful Carnelian crystal that is also geode on the inside. I got these for a beautiful steel from Temu, and it's actually heavy. It's got weight to it. These are really good quality. If you come across these on Temu, definitely worth it. Also, you might have chosen this Archangel Oracle, or you could have chosen this Angel Tarot. Now, I only decided how I was going to do these readings when I'd done number 1. So, because of that setup, I'm going to stick to it. So, I'm going to do your 3D self for the year using your tarot deck. I'm going to pull some of these, or one of these, to get like an overall for the year. Like, what is your main focus? Even though you might have many main focuses, I do have sometimes more than one come out. I'm also going to get some of these tea leaf cards to get any more information, because it is a whole year we're looking at. There's a lot that can happen in a year. I'm going to be using the Witch's Tarot for your 5D, which is your soul, your spirit, like your inner self. I'm using the Mythos for health, for your physical health, anything that might come through mentally, emotionally, physically as well, but it's mostly for your physical health. Your tarot meaning cards, this is for your job and finances. Your stained glass is for relationships, and then I've also got this cute cat tarot. I know, it's adorable. They're all cats. I got this one for hobbies, and then at the very end, using your tarot deck again, I'm gonna get one card for each month. So it'll be January, February, March, April, May, June, July, all the way through to December, so we can get a good reading, because it comes out like a story. And when we add that to everything else that we've just gotten for the whole, every part of your life, we get a really good read of it, of what's happening. That is the plan, my friends. Let's get to it. Now, anyone who is here because you are a One Piece fan. Oh yes, I love my One Piece. I still haven't finished it only because I can't afford to pay for Crunchyroll right now. I'm saving my money. I'm being extremely strict, as you can tell. And I watched as far as I could on Netflix, and then it just like jumped to way too far. It jumped like near 1,000 episodes. I was like, hell no, I do not want to watch that. I did not want spoilers. I wanted to watch it all the way through, start to end. So I've actually taken a step away from One Piece, sadly. It's been taking me like years to, you know, watch it, but that's also, you know, life, health, living, working, just life. So if you are a One Piece fan, you might love Ace. I know lots of people do. He's incredibly powerful. Sadly, his life was cut too short. However, I do think that helped Luffy become the man he is today, and we sort of needed that to happen. I mean, imagine if he was still alive in the anime. Like, how OP would he be? How much would he be affecting the storyline? You know, I sort of feel like, you know. Anyway, let's see. Healthy lifestyle. Archangel Raphael. Eat a healthful diet. Get adequate sleep and exercise regularly for optimal health. So there you go. Let me put this one away. I'll put it back in the box because we're not going to use it again. You might actually, your main focus might be, you know, just being healthy. You might want to eat a healthier diet. You might be mostly, those two wanted, oh, three wanted to slip out. You might be wanting to get better sleep because you do know the more sleep you get, the healthier you are, the better you can rejuvenate and heal. So yeah, I'm definitely feeling that is your focus. You might also be wanting to join a gym and just be, what's the word? Like, you not lose weight, but build muscle, build stamina. I highly dislike when people go, I need to lose weight. I'm like, no, gosh, no. When we get sick, our body will burn off fat as a health mechanism. It's there as a backup, so that when you get really sick, your body has that healthy weight to burn. It's there for safety, it's there for your organs, it's there for your health. And that's why it's there. It's there for a rainy day. It's there for when our body hits, you know, a really bad moment in our life where we need it. I've been sick like with bronchitis twice in my life. Both times I lost 10 kilos. I was so lucky I had extra 10 kilos to lose. And also, BMI is not accurate measurement, please. I'm not a doctor, but I know it's not an accurate measurement, because if that was the case, people with loads of muscle wouldn't be told they're obese. So, muscle is heavier than fat. Remember that, please. But you might also just be wanting to, you know, sleep better, eat healthier, just be a bit more in a routine of a healthy routine, like have a lifestyle that is healthy. You have a toothpaste friend. You have love on the mind, or a big player in your year to come. If you're not, this is meant to be for 2026, but I want to make it for anyone who joins, you know, anyone who, if you might pick this up in 2 years time and it's for the year to come, like at that time in 2028, who knows. You do have psychic ability, trust your intuition. You might be awakening your abilities a little bit more this year. I feel like a lot of people are. 2026 just seems to be a year for a lot of psychic downloads and abilities to be awoken and utilized. Pale, time to get out of a situation. You have a younger woman, dealings or relationship with a younger woman. You might have a younger person in your family who you deal with. Could be a sibling, could be a child of your own. You could be dating or seeing a younger woman. Bo, you are highly thought of. Forest, muddled, unclear thinking. I heard you can't see the forest from the tree. Trees from the forest. I said it back to front. Oh, really muddled. And carrot, opportunity or windfall. Very interesting. This is a lot compared to, I think, the others. Like the last one had very little come up. I think they had 4. That was it. I think that you have a lot going on. You might have to follow your intuition when having dealings with someone or something. You might choose out intuitive numbers for yourself and end up winning big, you know. It could be anything like that. You might need to follow your intuition for something that is unclear. When things are unclear, I do tend to say follow the gut, which is your intuition. It's there for a reason. I'm just gonna quickly grab a drink. I've been talking so much, my voice is starting to go croaky. So when something with a friend shows up, like the cat, a two-faced friend, it doesn't have to be a friend, it could just be you're in the vicinity of someone who is two-faced. You might have thought something good of a person and then see their two-faced persona and be like, oh, I thought wrong. And maybe that's where it's like you really should have followed your gut instinct. I'm also hearing don't talk about people behind their back. It might come back to bite you in the backside. Okay, let's get... Oh gosh, these are big cards. I'm gonna have to... I do have a few giant decks and I have very tiny hands, like really tiny hands. So let's get a few cards for your 3D self. This is your physical self, how you are, your vicinity, your surroundings, what you're dealing with, what's on your mind, like just you in general. This isn't your soul, this isn't your intuition, this isn't your psychic ability, this is just you. This is anything and everything to do with you. It's kind of broad, and I know that a lot of this reading is broad because we're covering such a big section of time. So we couldn't be really specific, and that's also why I don't have a ask for advice section, because it's too broad and we're covering so many topics. I'm feeling this one straight away. So many topics that it is... it has to be sort of broad and loose, and this is also general. This would be easier one-on-one. However, these aren't one-on-one readings, so sadly we can't do them as one-on-one readings. Let's see what we got, and if I need to, I'll pull some more. 6 of Earth, which is the 6 of Pentacles. So we have give and take. This is also abundance. It is good luck. It's they do show scales, and this one originally is a person holding scales and giving money to people lesser than them. But this could also mean you're receiving. You could be the person receiving from someone who's giving. So someone could be being charitable with you. You could be charitable with someone else. This pail keeps wanting to fall over. It is get out of a situation, so maybe it's time to leave, literally. Got love. It's also funny, you had love come through, and like Fire Fist Ace, he's fire, you know, passion, fire. Where there's fire, where there's friction, there's fire. That's just what I'm hearing. And the bow is you are highly thought of, so someone could have you on their mind and thinking of you in a loving way. Let's do the Empress is Archangel Gabriel. You might have a lot of ideas or something you're wanting to utilize that money to, or you might start living a lavish abundance life because of this gifts of money. It could be that this is it could be a new career that's going to work out for you. You might gain a lot of money. I'm hearing, like, you know how you do those charity events where it's like, put in a ticket for this charity and you could win this house and the gold bullion and stuff like that. Like, I don't know if every country does that, but where I live in Australia, we have like the surf lifesavers, and we have our Martyr Hospital, and like they do events where it's like you buy tickets and you could win a house, or you can win gold bullion and a car and all of this extra stuff. Gold bullion is literally a cash amount in gold, because gold is really high value. It will always have a worth to it. So you could be gaining something and then living in an abundance. For other people, you might gain a new job, and it's like your dream job, and you're living your dream. For others, you could actually be giving birth or nurturing a dream that you want to make or do. You might, like, for some it would be you want to build your own business and you need a loan to be able to do that. For others, you might now have the money and you're pouring it back into yourself, like you're living, you're eating better quality meals, and you can afford a gym membership, and you're, you know, buying a really good skincare routine and hair routine. Like, you're taking care of yourself that little bit more, because honestly, at the end of the day, the money you have reflects your health, because you have more resources to put towards, you know, your food and your clothing and your bathing and your sleeping and your, you know, and when you have less financial struggles, that impacts not having to worry as much. It might help you mentally with stress, and that can help you sleep better. So it all impacts one another. It all sort of, it's like a domino. Everything in our world affects us all the time. It's all connected, is what I want to say. You have the Queen of Earth. She's creative. She is someone who can work from home, very business smart, very smart with business. This is making me think, because you have new career, you have living lavishly and birthing new dreams. I've got a feeling if someone is opening a business, I think it was also, could have it been poll number 1 had that show up as well. So I feel like a lot of people are doing that entrepreneur. You might be hopping online, getting a lot of ideas with doing something yourself, or, you know, going online and sharing it all. Victory. The 6 of Fire is the 6 of Wands. This is like recognition. It is, you got everything you wanted, but it's also like you announce it, like, I did this, I got this job, it is my dream job, or I opened this business and it's earned this much, or I created this thing for people and it's making recognition. And then you got the 3 of Earth, which is the 3 of Swords, great sadness, take time to heal, the need to forgive yourself or others. And on the bottom we have the 8 of Air, an illusion of being trapped, a lack of self-confidence, and afraid to take action. This makes me think that you might be gaining so much and doing so much, and it's everything you've ever wanted, but it's as if, I mean, it's as if you still see loss, you still see failure, or you're healing from something, and it's sort of like, because you're doing so well, when you come off the high, when you come off the happiness, the sadness is still there. Something like, it didn't fix everything, and it can't fix everything, like having abundance and stuff. An illusion of being trapped. So I feel like maybe you're trying to lie to yourself. There's something you're not facing that you need to. It's a part of your life that you do need to face, but you're focusing on this, and that's fine. It's fine to focus on this, but there are other things that you need to focus on. I'm getting more of like mental space, or just because all of this abundance is happening, it hasn't released any of the stress or the strain or the worry, or, you know, the things that you might be dealing with. Like, you probably are getting over a heartbreak, and all of this great stuff happens. It doesn't mean that heartbreak is just null and void and gone. It doesn't work that way. Quite curious. I'm going to actually lay your 5D down with your 3D. I am going to cover these ones temporarily. You could also lose someone. if that, I am getting something like, if you do lose someone and you get left all their stuff, you might actually live a really good life because that person passed and they gave you everything, but you still miss them and you're upset because how can you live such a good lavish life at the expense of them passing away? I feel like it's something like that. Like it's something that's hitting you hard. Something really is hitting you very hard. Oh gosh, you know what, stuff it, let's take it. Nine of Cups. Nine of Cups is your wish granting. Yeah. Nine of Pentacles, living luxury, lavishly. Page of Pentacles is, let me think, determination, new prosperity or opportunity, new opportunity, being very studious. Seven of Cups, yeah, lots of choices. The Seven of Wands. Seven of Wands is all about courage, protectiveness, self-expression. Two of Pentacles, and then we got the Lovers, the Queen of Pentacles, and the Four of Cups. Yeah. Okay, so this is your 5D, this is your soul. So when things happen to us physically, we do feel it on a soul level. It's just that our soul, the expression, the learning and the growth of our soul doesn't happen on the same linear level as our 3D self, like our physical self, because we are constrained by time. Our physical body is constrained by time and the physical realm, the 3D realm, whereas our soul, aka 5D, it has all the time. It doesn't live constrained by time. That's why you get like an old soul. Like this person actually has experienced many more years and experienced a lot of life and existence, I should say, and has learnt rapidly and quickly and experienced a lot. And that's where you get that sort of from. Our soul, while we experience something in the 3D, while it can reflect in our soul level, it isn't quite the same. So what we're feeling on like a cloud 9, I'm hearing, when we're living on a cloud 9, that can be reflected, like our soul is lit up and we are ecstatic and happy, but there's all of this other stuff that our soul is experiencing and living through, like when we sleep, through our shadow realm, through our traumas, through our existence, through everything that we've learned, heard, experienced, you know, our intuition and our hobbies and our loves and everything. And it's sort of like, the soul reminds me of a nebula. It's like a collection of all these stars and black holes and worlds and planets and moons and satellites and comets and everything. And it makes one big thing, like one massive nebula. However, it has so much more to it than just that nebula. It's not just a nebula. You zoom in, you see all of that makes it up. That's probably the best way I can explain it. Anyway, so you have a lot that's also happening, and it's sort of correlating. Like, you're gonna notice a 3D is a bit more smaller than what your soul is experiencing, because our soul experiences our intuition. So our intuitive, like what our gut is thinking, what we're picking up from our surroundings and our subconscious and our dreams and the people around us, but also what we're experiencing in the 3D, our soul will pick it up in the 5D, and like it's like you delve deep into it and you can see more and feel more and experience more in a way that your 3D wouldn't pick up on, because it's on a deeper level. It's on it's on a linear. It doesn't. That's why when we experience something, we might dream about it in a way that you didn't realize. Like, I didn't realize I was worried about this, and then I had this dream. Am I worrying about it? It's like, yes, subconsciously you are worrying about it, but your 3D self isn't aware of that unless you dream of it, you know? And then you're like, oh, okay, well, let's look at this. What can I do to fix this? What can I do to get rid of that subconscious worry? It's like that. But yeah, you have a lot of stuff you're looking at. You're worried about it. I feel like you think you're fighting. Like, you need to protect yourself. You might need boundaries, and you're like, I'm noticing some synchronicities, 9s, sevens. you have a few things showing up. You got 2 and you got lovers. Well, the lovers isn't 2, it is 6, and you have 3 2s that make up 6, and you got 2 people, and it's a choice. It's like balancing out. You might also be focusing on what you love. The Queen of Pentacles, you might be thinking about how to gain money. And like you do have, this is Queen of Pentacles here, this is Queen of Pentacles here. You will find connections typically from, you know, your physical and your soul. This is all about choices, decisions. I feel like you might be worrying about where to put your, you know, energy, or where, if you have a new opportunity, let's say you get given money and they're like, you can put it to something, what are you going to do? You have all of these choices and you don't know what to put it to. You might also, this could also be, because we're looking at a soul level, you might have a lot of things you're brilliant at and you want to decide what to do. This could also be you've got a lot of healing to do, like a lot of different parts of your life you have troubles in. Like you might have a little issue in each part of your life and you need to deal with them all, which is a lot of work, a lot of things. You need to protect yourself, you need to work on yourself, you need to heal yourself. There's many ways I could read this. The 4 of Cups at the end though, that is about being bored and unappreciated, or unappreciative, like you're not appreciating what you have. I feel like you need to meditate or get help with, because your 5D self, you aren't really aware of it. It's not like you're not aware, but it's like you're not very intuitive. You're not an intuitive person. You're much more of an action person, living the time in the moment. You probably don't even approve or agree with what I said about our 5D self. Our soul is in our body, and the body is just a flesh thing that's living in the 3D, and we are controlling it with our brain and our, like, you know, our soul. And our soul, that's why when we sleep, we actually wander. We can go into different planes of existence and do different things. You probably don't even agree with that. I feel like if you're not a spiritual person or you're very closed off to it currently, I feel like you think a lot in the moment. You experience what you experience physically, you experience emotion, like in your soul, in your 5D. I feel like you closed certain doors, or you don't accept certain things because of that. If that's the case, you could be healing and opening up to this possibility of growing and learning and expanding on the 5D realm, on your soul realm. However, there is something that's slowing you down. You need to meditate. I feel like you learning about your soul and what you like, and looking at your traumas and healing, and what you're good at and what you're not good at, and what you want. What does your soul want? What does your joy and passion want? What are you here to do? I feel like you could do very, like, you will come very far if you learn about this, if you listen to this, even if you delve in just to yourself for a little while, like by meditating, going to therapy, growing a little, journaling, you know, looking back at your childhood self, like what did you want to be like, looking at your family and your traditions and your, like, who you are and why you are the way you are, can help out a lot. I feel like you would grow a lot, because there's something that is, like, I'm viewing the 3 of Air as a bit of a blockage. It could be something that's holding you back from full happiness, because you got a lot of great stuff happening, like beyond amazing. These are a beautiful, amazing cards, like above and beyond, infinity and beyond. But there's something stopping you. It could be an event that happens that actually upsets you, but I feel like it's a bit of a, because there is illusion here. This is an illusion, and I'm getting that it is self-illusion. There's something, you are blocking yourself. I want to get, sorry, I have this. What's blocking you? I want to pull from this. let's see. My beautiful pole number 3. You might have also chosen this because you love the color orange. I forgot to mention that when I started your reading. Let's see what is blocking you. If there is indeed something blocking you, I'm quite curious because you have so much greatness. If you hear any noise, please be aware. I live with many people. But let's see. My beautiful pole number 3s. If something is blocking you, what is it? This could also be a person. It doesn't have to be you. I do feel like it's you. Or I feel like someone's pulling the wool over your eyes. But let's see. If someone or something is blocking you, what is it? I'm not having anything come out. Yes, there we go. Fear of touch. You don't trust touch. Take small steps until you feel comfortable with others. You might feel... Is there anything else flip over? I don't think so. You might feel like that might be true. You might be scared of touch. But when it says of others, there might be... you probably say you can't do certain stuff because another person's going to be there or this person's going to be there. I'm hearing... not insomniac. I'm hearing... Oh... is it all... agoraphobic? Like you don't want to go out? You might have a very specific fear, like a phobia, that prevents you from living your life, prevents you from going outside, and it's in your mind. It's a real thing, but you can't go any further because of it. Interesting. I'm actually going to stick this up here. Alright, let's move on to our next section. We are going to look at your health. The health. So we might have mental, emotional, but it's mostly for physical. So I'm going to be using the Mythos Tarot for your health. For my beautiful pole number 3s, health please and thank you. Anything else? Health. I do not read reversals, by the way. There was one card, when I flipped it over, like I had them all laid down, when I flipped it over, it was 100% in reverse. I did mention I do not like to take reversals, but because it was perfectly in reverse, I kept it. But let's see. That one. Okay. Let's see what we got. Oh, death. Doesn't always mean literal death. The ending of something, beginning of something else. Knight of Cups, the 8 of Wands, Six of Swords. We're finishing with the Magician. Ooh, very interesting. So death isn't literal death. It just means the ending or a rebirth, transformation of something. Your justice is about fairness. It's about finding a balance, but it can be to do with legal matters. I've got a feeling you're going to be making a decision. Something's going to end and something's going to begin. There's going to be a decision for you to make. This person's blind, and then you have this one is like 2 of them. So United Cups is an offer. Typically it is communication, which might actually help you decide on exactly what to do. So with justice, you might also be gaining some more information to make this decision. With your health, your 8 of Wands is fast action and fast communication. I feel like whatever this information you gain from the Knight of Cups is going to make you move full speed ahead. The 6 of Swords might mean you need to travel for any medical necessities. And the Magician, well, that's a positive card. So if we were hoping for it as an outcome, the Magician is like, yep, everything will work out fine. On the bottom, you had the Queen of Pentacles. You might need to rest up and heal at home. You might have someone be nurturing and caring for you while you were unwell. This could mean that you actually had something, you were dealing with something medical that could have led to fatalities. Like, you know, I don't want to say you definitely have this because I'm not a medical professional, but you could have been dealing with something that could have led to that. And you've had to make choices. Like, there's multiple ways you could have dealt with it, and you felt a little bit, I feel like you felt like you were out of your depth. You were very scared, didn't know exactly what to do. But there's a knight, could be a water sign, someone, it could be anyone, it could have been a mailman, it could have been just anyone giving you some information. It's not a page, however, I feel like maybe this is someone who works in the area of where the medical condition is due to. If I was to read this another way, this could be mental health, where you're wanting to end it all, and someone helps you, and in doing so they, for example, this is just an example because I'm reading it like a storyline. You want to end your life. A friend or someone who loves you decides to report you, you get put into a mental asylum, you feel locked up and you're upset, but it's justice, it's what needed to be done. You end up meeting a nurse who works in the mental ward or whatever. They help give you information and stuff, and you get a new passion, and you end up deciding to travel, and you end up from traveling, you learn something and you create something. You enjoy your life. That's just, no, I'm not saying anywhere near for that this is exactly the circumstance, or that you will like this, or that anyone is like this. I'm not saying anything's wrong if someone's like this. It's just a scenario. But for medical, it seems to be if you might just find out that this is happening. I feel like this, I'm hearing the word new. This is new. This is something you've not been dealing with for a very long time. This just, like, you get a test done and boom, oh, you got this, and you were never expecting that. It blindsides you. That's what I'm getting. You will be fine though. You will be fine. You will be healthy. You will probably have to recuperate and be out of the limelight, stay at home for quite a while, but it will be, you will be healing, and I feel like you'll be taking better care of your health. Maybe this is to tell you to get everything done, like do a full blood workup, get everything done, because there's something you do need to get checked out ASAP. So in your new year, get something checked out. Even if you feel well, it's always good to stay on top of your health every single year. Alrighty, so let's get career. Get some career insight, some job. Like, what do you do? What do you want to do? Magician, I've got a feeling that you are very creative, but you're also very capable. I feel like you could probably walk into any job and do it. You're the jack of all trades, my love. Oh, wow, you got a lot. Let's see. We got the King of Swords, Temperance, and Just... Oh, my God. These are big cards, my friend. You got two about balancing. There's healing. And you also have the King of Swords, which is leadership, justice. You got Justice, Temperance. You could also... You might work in law, justice. You might keep a nice balance of life and death. You might be in a job where you balance finances, you do budgets. You might be creating something that helps people with this, like you might create an app that helps people budget. Let's get some finances. Oh gosh, finances. 8 of Pentacles, good. you've got development, skill development, apprenticeship. You might be looking at doing an apprenticeship in whatever job that you are liking. You could also be an officer or something. You might want to be a nurse. You might want to do something like that. Be a light worker. I'm also seeing business. There's so much you can do. When this card comes up, the Magician, you can do like, it's like skill, diplomacy, self-confidence, conscious awareness, and dissent. Like you can do like any job, like, and you probably know that. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what sort of position you choose to go to, you're going to I feel like you're going to succeed at it. So if you're going to do a job, you need to do skills and learning and apprenticeships, like you can do it. The Eight of Pentacles, I feel like you have an ability to gain more finances the longer you work in the position you're doing. The Knight of Cups is about, see, balance. Again, you have so many mentioning balance. However, you might get really creative with how you're going to save your money or where you're going to put your money for your finances. You also might be putting it into a hobby or something creative that you absolutely love. Like, I know some people, they love figurines like me, and I spend money on my figurines. Other people might have like a hobby that they love and they put all their money into it. I'm not gonna, no, stuff it, I'll take them all. If anyone knows me, I always do that. You got the King of Wands, the Devil. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Hierophant. 6. Ace. Okay. And we got this one. Transition. 6 of Swords on the bottom. Okay. So, like I said, something creative. You might end up getting a vision and wanting to put your money into something I'm hearing about, but I'm here to tell you right now that is not a smart idea. The Devil comes afterwards. It's something that's going to chain you. It might be taking a loan, spending money. It might be something that is actually a bad habit. Yeah. While you do have this, if it's something like it's gambling, and you gain some money from it and you feel like, yeah, I won, oh my god, look how wealthy I am, like that one time you done it pays off. But you really shouldn't, like, this isn't, you shouldn't feed the devil. You know, the Hierophant is all about skills. If this is something where it is skill based, definitely do it, because you might actually get really good at it. Like, you know, poker, you know those international like people do it on the international plane, like really professional poker, something like that, where it's literally skill based and you're really good at it and you can go to, like, you know, the top leagues, like the A leagues. Definitely see that it is gonna be worth it. However, with the Devil, I feel like it's something that's cathartic for you, and I also feel like it's something that probably society will view as not appropriate from gaining income or making money from, or, you know, stuff like that. Like, it could be crypto or something, you know, how people just don't view it as real way of making money, even though you do. Yeah. Your 6 of Pentacles is giving and receiving. You actually, any money you make, you might actually give in generosity to charity. In return, you might gain extra money. It is the balance of scales. You might lose money if it's something that's reliable on chance. The Ace of Pentacles is abundance and investments. You might get better security from this. You might lose some money and learn, like, oh snap, it's not all safe, and then invest some money. The 6 of Swords is on the bottom. You might, I feel like it is releasing baggage and change. transition. I think you're gonna learn, like, this whole investing, it might make you see a different way of dealing with money or finances or learning. You might change the way you work with money or deal with money. I'm not feeling that all of this is directly connected to your job or what you'll do or what you're gonna be learning or doing or job wise or income wise. Per se, I feel like you might put some of your finances or a nice chunk of your finances into this, only because we have these and also the devil, which might say you'll put your money into what you love. But yeah, you could gain insight on what you want to put your money into and how much, and then gain some money from that as well. Let's move on. We have our relationships with others. I just need to make sure my phone isn't gonna die. Okay, I'm at 23%. I just want to make sure my phone is not gonna die before I'm finished. Our relationships, partnerships, friendships. This is every relationship: familial, partnerships, work relationships, everything and anything like that. For my beautiful group number 3s who chose the carnelian or the color orange, you might also love angels and have chosen because you want to be guided, you want to know what's coming. But yeah, partnerships, friendships, relationships. I haven't had much coming up in your 3D, 5D. You did have the lovers in your 5D, but I felt more like that's passion. But let's see. I do like to get quite a lot because some people have a lot of people in their life. 7 of Cups. The Knight of Cups. Ooh, okay. The 8 of Wands. And these were the first ones down, so I always go through this way. Okay, let's get, I'm gonna get as much as I can. These are general readings, so there's so many messages that come through. So you might have fantasies and temptations. You might be playing, going around, having choices. I feel like this is, relationships. Someone asks you out. There's one of these cups that go, they offer you a cup, like, I want to have a real relationship and partnership. With the 8 of Wands, you might jump into it super speedy, really jump into it fast, maybe too fast, I'm hearing. The 9 of Swords is you overthinking. You might worry that you guys are moving too fast. But the 7 of Pentacles is, it seems like growth, like you end up listening and growing, talking about it. I do feel like the 2 and then 3, one after the other, I feel like you might be contemplating on what to do, and you might be talking to people in your vicinity, in your surroundings, to decide what to do with such a relationship. 6 of Swords could be you leave the relationship. However, it could be that you are traveling for said relationship. The Knight of Wands is about passion. It is romance and chivalry. And the Page of Wands is actually, creativity, enthusiasm, being quite curious. I actually think jumping too quickly in a relationship, this could also be a friendship, working with other people, maybe oversharing. While it makes you worry and overthink and, double think about everything, and then you start putting in some energy and effort. I think jumping too quickly is what the relationship needed in the very beginning, for you to forcefully look at stuff and talk and communicate and slow things down, and maybe getting some other perspectives and talking to people. It might actually help you build the relationship on stronger foundation. If you do travel, I'm hearing that you travel to meet like your family or their family, like you meet each other's families, because you have moved so quickly. I got a feeling you're a player, or like you're someone who goes out regularly with other people, or deal, like, you know, sleep around, or, which isn't wrong. Sleep with as many people as your heart desires. We're free to do whatever we want. However, there's someone, I'm hearing knight in shining armor, could be princess, in shining armor for a man or woman. Yeah, and you just, I'm hearing you just really want, they really charm you. They charm you. They charm the pants off you, literally. But it's what you needed. You guys get new passion and creativity, and you might learn something about this partner you didn't expect. The Knight of Pentacles is about, you know, comfort and security and abundance. So you feel very secure in this relationship. I'm only getting a relationship from this, which is weird. I'm not getting much of anything else. I am getting, like, everyone will see this and be able to put it to their life. So if you see something or read it in a specific way, do let me know in the comments below. It's very interesting. But let's move on. We're going to look at some hobbies. Some hobbies you might have, which might connect with jobs and stuff. Like, a lot of the time it does. I'm also, with this, younger woman. You might have a dealing with a younger woman, and because you move so quick, you might think they are too immature for a relationship, and that's what makes you second guess stuff. I just remembered that you do have younger woman. Okay, let's get some hobbies for my beautiful pile number 3s who like carnelian hearts. 10 of Swords. Some hobbies. You might use hobbies to escape some stress and not deal with so much playing on your mind. Like, you might deal with some difficult things in your life, and hobbies help you to escape it. I'm hearing escapism. Didn't flip over, it don't count, especially that many. Jesus, that was a lot. Okay, page. Anything else? Oh, I see. Is that cards? Like poker cards? It's probably not poker cards, but I do remember mentioning poker earlier. Any other hobbies? Anything about their hobbies? What their interests? My beautiful pile number 3s. Those who love Fire Fist Ace, or want to work on their healthy lifestyle. Ooh. The Hierophant. Ooh. You had the Hierophant come out for your finances and job and stuff as well. Interesting. The Hanged Man. I think that's came out for like every single group in this section, like in hobby section. I think hobbies do help us to slow down and to not, like, we don't want to work quickly on our hobbies because it's something we love to do. We want it to last. So that does make sense as well. Oh, I feel jumbly right now. I feel like I don't want to move quick. The Knight of Pentacles. So the 10 of Swords, that's why I mentioned you might use this to escape some sadness, some pain, some issues. You might actually be someone who has to live with pain every day of your life. Some people do, some people don't. What else do we have? 4 of Wands on the bottom. Okay, so the Page of Pentacles is a lot of determination. It might be something where you have to put a lot of mental focus into, hence why we have the 10 of Swords as well. Your 8 of Cups is typically about cutting losses. and leaving and letting go. This hobby could be a bad habit at the same time. Like I mentioned, gambling. You might want to cut your losses. Strength is, however, courage and passion. You might have a lot of passion about this, like about, let's use the gambling, you know, poker. It actually might feed your courage or ego, and you feel stronger and happier when you're doing it. You might feel capable from doing it. The Hierophant is about a teacher or tradition. I'm hearing you could have actually gone into this hobby from family. Like there's someone in the family, and it's like someone you look up to, someone you trust, who got you into it. And it might be a reason why it's so hard to stop doing it, because it's actually part of a tradition. It does help you to, you might see or learn things from it, change your perspective, slow you down. That's like I said, you might feel slowed down, like it puts you in a really nice Zen moment, like a meditative moment. But the Knight of Pentacles might actually show that like we gain a lot more from it. Like it takes a lot of energy, effort, and hard work, and you actually gain a lot from it. The Four of Wands, this is why I mentioned family. Four of Wands is pretty much about stability and celebration and comfort, but it deals with family. So I'm definitely getting the fact that we do have a lot of maybe family who's into this as well, into this hobby. But this whole Eight of Cups wanting to walk away, I feel like if it is indeed something like poker or whatnot, you might want to actually leave doing it with the family and do it on a solo or do it alone. I'm also hearing if this is actually a hobby, or it's something that your family does as a business and you literally help out with the business but you don't gain anything back from it, or you I'm hearing, you know, help out with business, you know, we're good at this, you're good at this, and you're like, yeah, but you guys don't pay me. Yeah, but family helps family, you should do it and not ask for pay, you know. I feel like you're sort of getting to the point you're over that. You want to walk away from it and just do it for yourself instead of constantly putting in all this energy and effort for this, because it might be adding extra strain on you, and you are really good at it. Take what resonates. Let me know in the comments if that resonated at all. It's very interesting. I think yours was the most strangest hobby one I had to read so far. Okay, now finishing up, I'm gonna get a card for each month of the year for whichever year. If it's meant to be 2026, but for whoever it's for, it can be any year that you are clicking onto this. So if it's in 3 years time, then that will be what it is. If it's for 2 years time, that's when it is. So sorry if you hear people in the background. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can fit all of these for yous. So that's March. Let's get one for April, please, and thank you. For April. That one. April. Let's get one for May. I might need to move all of these ones, because we're not using those anymore. Let's see, come on, let's get May. fiery. Ooh. Okay. Trying to see how far I can go over. Let's get a June. These ones tend to read out much more like a storyline. And it's starting to get dark here, so I've spent a lot of hours doing these readings, over 3 hours now, and I still got another pile to do. And I feel like, oh, whoops, I always lose track of time when I do these readings, and I mean, that's the way it's probably supposed to be. June for my beautiful pole number 3s. June. There. Let me move these. Okay. Let's get July. July. Sorry, I had to tell my brother to please be quiet. July. Ooh, August. I felt that one. September. October. November. Oh gosh. These are now spitfiring real quick to me. December. Let's get December for my beautiful pole number 3s. Beautiful pole number 3s. This one. It's December. 6 of Swords. Yep, okay, interesting. Seven of Water. You start off the year with a lot of choices, and I remember your 5D self had the 7 of Waters come up. The Lovers again, choices. Yeah. I feel like you go from 7 to 2, like you narrow it down, you whittle it down. This is actually number 16, the Tower. So it is unseen, chaotic change. It is very, very powerful. You got a lot of like major arcana in very similar sort of areas. You also have a lot of 7s. So 7 of Water, 7 of Air, 7 of Fire. And I think that's the only like real synchronicities you have. It's a 10. Yeah, that's about it. But 7 of Air is just 7 of Swords, so you might be trying to stay out of the limelight, work through the shadows. You might be trying to be sneaky and quiet during April. Whatever the significant life event is, which is going to change person to person, this is a general reading, could lead to you making this decision. The page is quite creative, but pages are typically informational news. You might get something that is going to help you gain a lot of money. You might also get told a person passes away and leaves you their wealth. Gain a lot of money. Your family might be happy because of this news. It follows on into July. June and July is tax time, so you know, if you and family wise, if there is a family business, indeed, you might find you get more money back. It could be that you counted your eggs before they hatched and it wasn't what you thought it was going to be. Things like feel like things will balance out, like life continues on, unfortunately, is the way it works. But follow your intuition. It does seem, even if it's not exactly what you want, like let's say 10 of Earth, if it's not exactly what you want, you're still going to get a significant amount. It's just not going to be what you perceived it to be, if that is the case. The 7 of Fire is 7 of Wands. You're putting up some boundaries. You're defending yourself. You're defending your choices. And then you got the Star, which is health, rejuvenation. You're happy, you're thinking of long-term plans. And then in December you've got the 6 of Air, which is things are looking up. You might be taking a trip for December as well. This is for next year or the year, whenever you're looking at this. It's very interesting. Something ends up making you have to revise everything. It feels like the rug gets pulled out from under your feet. If this is indeed a lover that you're going to be finding in February, they might not, I'm hearing it's not as it seems. They might not be as they seem, if that is the case for some people. There's a lot happening for you. Your main goal is healthy lifestyle. But I feel like there's also love. There's a woman. There's a friend who is, you know, tooth-faced. There's so much happening. You've got the fear of touch. You've got hobbies and family, and you've got a path of time. Ooh, that fell over. Interesting. Did you see that? It turned and fell by itself. Weird. Okay. I think that's a sign. But yeah, you have a lot happening. I'd love to know how you see this, or if this even resonates. Come back in a year. I don't care how long it might take. This is really interesting. Your reading was very interesting, very full on. But yeah, please like it, share, comment. Let me know if it resonates, if any part of this resonated. And I'm leaving you with lots of love, light, and positive vibes, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye now. Hello, my beautiful pile number 4s. If you chose Law, the captain of the Heart Pirates, who is also a warlord of the sea during one stage, he also accompanies the Straw Hats a lot of the time. He ate the op fruit, and he is a surgeon. He's called the Surgeon of Death. He's a very organized person. He doesn't take any BS. Then this is your pile. You could have also chosen this rose quartz tower, or the color yellow, or you could have chosen the Oracle of the Universe, or the Light Seers Tarot. This is your reading. Let's get into it. So I'm getting one of these as an overall like card for the year, like a focus or the main point of the year, like what is going to be the biggest happening, what you're focused on, or what you should be focused on. Sometimes multiple falls out, but yeah, this is for 2026, but I've left it pretty open and flexible, so it's for anyone at any time. Whenever they click on it, is for the year after. So what I'm going to be doing is getting a few of these. I'm going to pull some tea leaf to get any more information, because we are covering a humongous chunk of time, a whole year. So there's going to be so many information coming through, and it's a general reading, so it's meant to reach many people. So take what resonates, leave what doesn't. I got those ones. Let's get into it. Number 8, it is Scorpius. So Scorpio, it's retribution. And we have number 11, Aquarius, or an ecstasy. Scorpius and Aquarius. Now, Scorpio is a water sign and Aquarius is an air sign. Maybe they are relevant. Check what houses they are in for you. Retribution or an ecstasy. I'm going to put them away. Okay, let's get some more insight. So I didn't know how I was going to do this reading until I done poll number 1, and then I've just stuck with it. So I'm going to take that one only. If it's meant to be, it will come out again. The Witch's Tarot is for the 5D, which is your soul, your intuition, shadow self. I'm going to be using this for your 3D, like you, what you are focused on, what are you doing, what is your surroundings, all of that sort of stuff. The Mythos Tarot, this one is for your health, physical, mental, emotional. Tarot meaning cards, this one is for job and finances. The Stained Glass Tarot is for relationships, regardless of romantic or not. And then the Cat Tarot is for hobbies. And then at the very end, I'm going to be pulling from this again to get one card for each month of the year, so we can get a bit more information and like look at it overall of like a storybook. The last group 3 didn't have much of a storybook feel to it. Theirs was they had a lot happening for them, a lot interconnected. I'm feeling like you're not having many of those cards come through, and that's fine. Sometimes there's a lot less topics to be covered. We had mice come up first. Discord among friends or family. So let's set that one. We had a nest. An emotionally secure, loving family is important to you. Okay, I'm seeing something. And then we have vase, secret admirer. Ooh. So if we do have Discord, like, it's important for you to not have Discord. You honestly, with Law, you might have chosen this group because you love Law. He's very organized. He likes to have no Discord among his crew members. He keeps everything in order. He likes a plan. He likes to know everything. He is definitely a type A person, very organized, and that's probably why he has so much headaches and problems happening when he has to deal with Luffy, because Luffy just jumps on in and plan be damned. But yeah, and secret admirer. So I feel like if there is Discord, you're gonna be wanting to like sort that out, fix that up. I'm also seeing all your eggs in a basket. Not put all your eggs in a basket, not be solely dependent on very specific people. Let's see, this is for your 3D self. So what you're doing, what you're focused on, you in the 3D, in your surroundings, the world around you, the people around you. I'm sort of doing that. And then I'm gonna do the 5D with the Witch's Tarot, this one, which is your soul, your intuition, all of that. If it's meant to be, it will come out. If it's not meant to be, it won't come out. And I'm not getting it. Okay. Very bottom is the 10 of Pentacles. So we do like a very happy life. Happy family, happy life. I think a happy wife, happy life. But I feel like it could be, for you, it's happy family, happy life. So long as your family unit is working, you feel like everything else will be fine. Okay, straight away from this, okay, something's going to start off, something is going to cause heartache, heartbreak, sadness. You could lose a family member or friend, someone really close to you. If, I've got a feeling if this is a father or a mother figure, you have to sort of step up. You've got to become the person to take charge and take control of everything. King of Swords is a lot of courage, a lot of truth, a lot of taking charge, a lot of clarity. Justice is balancing the scales. It is, I'm trying to think, being fair, having a lot of decisions and legal matters. This is all about, the star is all about healing, rejuvenation, hope and faith. I do feel like you lose someone or something very close to you. It sort of makes everything, it shuffles and shakes everything up and it changes it. You do get back to having harmony and happiness in family, but whatever it is, it makes you step up, if that makes sense. Let's see about your 5D. What is your subconscious, your soul, your intuition going through? You could have dealings in the legal system. You could work in the legal system. This is a loss of something that really hurts you. That's why I felt like family. But yeah, this might make you need to do a new structure, take leadership, take control, step up. Yeah, you really do need to step up for it. It does all work out in the end. You might also, this could be if you like own your own business, if you have a financial loss that nearly bankrupts you, you end up having to restructure and it ends up helping. But I am getting family. It's just because mice and nests came up. You don't have much happening as far as I can tell. The 7 of Pentacles, yeah, which is growth, patience, gratitude. I think you're waiting to see what your harvest is gonna be. Like if you end up sorting out the nest. But your subconscious, your soul, your intuition, your... It reminds me of the dark side of the moon. You're not having a lot come through. I've got a feeling you're someone who really lives in the moment, and you probably don't. Well, that's a bloody lot, mate. The shadow side, oh God, I couldn't say it any better. That's the devil. Knight of Pentacles. 10 of Swords, oh God, I spoke too soon. Yeah, the 9 of Swords, the Hanged Man. Doesn't mean you're going to be hung or anything, but... The King of Pentacles, the King of Swords, the 2 of Swords. I don't know if you can see that. No, you... Oh, yeah, you can. Haha. And the Page of Cups, okay. And on the bottom, you've got the King of Cups. You've got 3 kings here. 3 kings. The 10 down to 9 is good. It means releasing. I've got a feeling this is an offer or I'm getting a nugget of knowledge, a nugget of information. Someone might give you some information like, I went and saw a psychologist. This is who I saw, like they give you their card or something. You're working on yourself and it feels like all that work was lost, like this devil came up and you weren't sort of expecting this. This could have been a huge trauma. It feels unexpected and this devil jumps up at you and you weren't really expecting it. It could have been past trauma. I feel like you've always had like all of your everything sorted and organized and just to see where things go. You weren't expecting this, but you are working on it. This 10 of Swords is about pain and sadness, which makes a lot of sense with the 3 of Swords. I do find if you have something going on here, there a lot more comes out here, because you're not just dealing with this, you're dealing with everything else. Your soul's like a sponge, it's like a nebula that has everything in it. Planets, moons, comets, dark holes, black holes. The fact that you go from this down to this, it just means like sleepless nights, insomnia, but it's like you are de-escalating, like you're working through it. Like you had 10 swords, now you have 9 swords, and like if you notice, her hand's on this sword. See how her hand is on that sword? Like she's grabbing it above her, like she's gonna move it, like she can remove them. The 10, the 10, I don't know what, number 12 is the Hanged Man. See how there's a pentacle here? I'm getting that from this. I feel like you might need to meditate to gain some clarity or information, or learn something, or delve deeper into your psyche or yourself, your healing. You also might turn to, you might have some friends and family who are on your side. A King of Pentacles and a King of Swords. This can be an earth sign, so a Capricorn, a Taurus, or a Virgo. Or this could be a King of Swords, which is an air sign, which is Aquarius, a Libra, or a Gemini. You might have dealings with these two people who have a huge sway over your life choices and your mental health and your emotional health. And then you have the Two of Swords, so you feel blinded. Maybe something's gonna happen where you're forced to trust you, like you're forced to like make decisions based on your gut instinct, I'm hearing. But the Page of Cups is actually creativity, sensitivity, and naivety. So being naive. I've got a feeling you might actually listen to your inner child, is what I'm hearing. You've got all these like grown man figures, male figures. You've got a little girl here. Maybe you take advice from someone much younger, much more naive, but you know how kids say something like, do you remember that that ad for like the tacos? And they were like, should we have soft or hard? And they're like, she goes, why not have both? And they're like, oh my god, she's amazing. It's such a simple answer. It's something only a child would say, and they're ecstatic because everyone got what they wanted. You know, it's making me think of that. But you're going on a really big journey, subconsciously, therapeutically, on a soul journey. You're learning a lot, you're learning to release a lot, you're learning to change your perspective. You might be asking for help from others, or you might be learning who has some sway over you. You also might be embodying, you know, being better with money and material wealth, and being better with boundaries and your mental health. It does seem you're gonna have to make a decision, but I feel like this is going to be a kickstart for you to listen to your inner child and grow and learn, because this person's eyes are covered and they are literally blind to the decision. They're blind to their surroundings, and it makes me think your intuition is going to have to be utilized. On the bottom you have the King of Cups. Might be another king to be wary of, or you become extremely in control of your emotions. So your logical, your emotional, and your mental self comes together and you embody this. If not, there is Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces are water signs as well. But you have a lot of male dominant, a lot of masculine energy. You had the King of Swords here as well. A lot of masculine, the Emperor. Maybe it doesn't mean you are a man, but like maybe you've had to embody a lot of your masculine energy, or you've only had masculine you know, figures in your life, male figures or masculine people telling you how it should be and how you should be and what you should do and how you should do it. So I'm just gonna pop that aside. We're gonna go into your health with the Mythos Tarot. So health for my beautiful pile number 4s. You might have chosen this because you like yellow. You do have, all of these are yellow. And Scorpius. So Scorpius is a water sign and Aquarius is an air sign. You did have a lot of like air and water show up before. So you had the King of Cups as well. Ooh, I think one flipped over. Temperance. Two of Swords again. That was at the very end of your 5D reading. Temperance is about patience, balance, acceptance, resolution, and moderation. You might, it is also to do with healing. As you remember, the original picture has the woman pouring water from one cup into another, and her foot's also in the water. So I'm hearing chants. Okay, I'm gonna just take this one because this came out as like a big dollop. It reminds me of like a dollop of paint. Two of Swords. Of course, we know this is about taking a chance, making a choice, making a hard decision you don't want to make. This might be that gut instinct you had to do. You could also have something happening that you're investigating, or you get told something about your health that you're having to accept. This could be your emotions, like you're having to seek, your emotions are too much for you and they're impacting you know, mental health, cognitive health. You might need to make a decision to go seek some help. The 9 of Coins, if it's meant to be, it will come out again. Your 9 of Coins is about security, abundance, and comfort. You might have the money to be able to afford all of this. However, all of this is offered and this man looks bored as hell. I'm thinking that he's being given, like, you keep getting the same diagnosis, or you keep getting the same information, or the same advice over and over and over again, and you're like, no, I know it's not that. So I'm definitely seeing that. 6 of Coins is about generosity and good fortune. It's also about giving and taking. The Wheel of Fortune, however, is actually about a change and karma. It's about life cycles and good luck. So you do have, I'm going to take that one. It came out as a massive 10 of Swords. So there's going to be a massive change that might actually, I'm seeing this, I don't know why, I'm seeing a phoenix, maybe because of the red hot swords coming through her. This change might actually give you the answer of what you've been looking for medically. However, it does seem like you are gonna be suffering with pain and issues. If this is definitely a physical thing, yeah, it's not nice. If this is like a mental thing or emotions that come through mentally, I feel like while you were working on it and you have to change, I'm hearing change your life, change your lifestyle, change your life cycle. You're gonna have good days and you're gonna have bad days. You're gonna find it's hard to deal with. I feel like this is something you've never dealt with before. The fact that you had the 3 of Swords in your 3D world, I'm definitely hearing something that you've never had to deal with, you're now dealing with, but it's affecting you so much that it's affecting your health. 7 of Wands is about courage, protectiveness, self-expression. You might have learned some new lifestyle things that is actually helping you to deal with the bad moments in your life. sadly, once we hit something really hard in our life, there's a lot of healing that we do, and when we start healing, you know, mentally or emotionally, we delve into much deeper parts of ourselves from our past and stuff. But Judgment, you have a really good outcome. I feel like it's something you will be dealing with for a lot of your life. And on the bottom you have the Emperor again. So I feel like you actually grow a lot from this. Whatever this is, from going through this, you see something and you learn from it. You take charge, you get new structure. And it's like a cleansing, like this water pouring over him. It's like you cleanse from it. It's really amazing, because you go from a lot of stuff happening, especially this, to this. It's really strong, really beautiful. Judgment is a it's like a renewal, awakening, but it's like self-realization. Like you realize what it is, and it's like once you realize it, this is amazing. Sort of reminds me a bit of Law too. He is definitely Emperor energy, like he takes charge. He likes to have things to be very organized and very in control, and yeah. So let's look at like jobs and choices and things you might do for career or upcoming careers or ideas. Okay, we had the Two of Cups. So you might have a new work with someone. You might gain a partnership at a new job. You might, you know, get better income or have a promotion. This one is the Eight of Pentacles, so skill development. You might join a new job and they give you skill development. You also have the Knight of Cups, creativity, romance, charm, beauty, imagination, seeking balance. You might be finding a better work-life balance. This is telling you to be careful. I am getting a feeling that if you might delve into work to escape certain things in life. You are doing something that you do like, or you are working with someone that you really align with, or working for a company that your morals and ethics align with, if that makes sense. Let's look at finances. Finances. You might find romance in that job. Finances is the Three of Swords, which is that heartbreak, sadness, pain that we started off with. So if whatever's happening in the 3D around you, the pain can be connected to your finances as well. So I did mention, like, you might have poured everything into a business and it went sideways and you're having to heal and come back. I did mention that as a scenario. The fact that you've got the heartbreak could affect finances. Like, if someone does pass away, you might need to delve into your finances to pay for a funeral and stuff that you never planned on. So yeah, we got the heartbreak, emotional sorrow. You feel like you've lost a lot money-wise. The Eight of Cups is abandonment. Your Ten of Cups, well, you're progressing, which is harmony. You might need to abandon some things you used to pay for or invest into in the past. You might need to drop a lot of like, you know how you have like streaming services and stuff. You might not be able to afford those. You might need to, because of this massive loss of money, and I'm feeling like it is a loss of money, could be connected to that loss you had in the 3D with your Light Seers Tarot. Definitely feeling that. Justice. Yeah, you might need to withdraw your funds. You might have also lost money. Maybe you put it into something, you lost it, and you've withdrawn your money so you can put it into something else. You might invest it into family, or you find something that aligns with what you want to put your money towards. Cause and effect law fairness. If you lose money because of something else, it could just be that your you can go to the justice system or sue them or get your money back, or the truth comes out that they were corrupt or something like that, and you end up gaining it back. There will be a balance regardless of if it was fair or unfair. Justice is unbiased. You do have the Two of Swords. I feel like this is going to be follow your gut instinct if you are going to invest any money or use money. An impasse, avoidance. You might actually be a little afraid of dealing with finances because of this massive Three of Swords. You might actually worry about that, like that big event happened and I'm now worried, what if that happens again? I'm getting, so you feel like you've got to be ultra careful now. But the problem is, I think like it's to the point you were so worried you don't want to make a decision. You're sort of trying to avoid it or draw it out or whatnot. But you will come into money again. Like you will like recoup your losses. And I believe this is your 5. Yeah, 5 of Swords. Disagreements, yeah. Someone might give you their 2 bobs worth, which is the saying for their opinion on what you should do with the money. And then you have the Page of Cups. You might invest the money into something like all the young ones are doing, like crypto or something, something with a lot more possibilities. There is intuitive message, so I feel like this might be like you follow your intuition, but you could get this as something in the mail that gives you information about it, or you're talking to a financial advisor and they let you know about this new opportunity and they email you or send you something in the mail. Queen of Swords, yeah. Unbiased judgment, clear boundaries, direct communication, and independent. Yeah, you really take charge and it ends up being worth it with your money income and investments. You really do the right thing. And the Magician's on the bottom. Skill, diplomacy, self-confidence. You build up your confidence to deal with money in the future, and you can create it. Like, it's up to your ability to make back money, and the more confidence you grow, the more you decide to like learn and invest again, because you do go through something that is quite traumatizing, and the fact that it affects your finances is it's sort of like it falls back onto that, like the trauma. And it takes you a little bit to get back into saving. You do save or you do make money, but it takes you a while to figure out what to do with it, if that makes sense. But trust your gut instinct, and you will take charge. The Queen is no bullshit. She's clear cut. She knows what she's going to do with it. So you end up getting into that. But yeah, Page of Cups. Someone young might give you some information. Or you might be doing something that younger people are doing with their money. Like there's a really new sort of way of investing money. That's what I have for that. Your job wasn't too specific. I feel like you might be starting a new job, or someone new comes to the company that you end up really getting along with. Just be careful of what you say about them. They might be not the most trustworthiest person, I'm hearing. Don't let your personal life come too far into your working life, I'm hearing. Okay, your Stained Glass Tarot is for relationships. This is any kind of relationship. So, Death, and the Eight of Cups. Death is the ending, so you might lose someone or a relationship, friendship, partner, but the Eight of Cups is about letting go. So there's something that ends, you just let it go. You just let them walk away. Who might this person be? Just see if I can get something. Three of Cups. Might be a few people. It might be people that you've gone out and you celebrate with. It might be work friends in the past, or people who you thought were close with, but they were just like the party group. I'm having a feeling of old college mates. Okay, let's get anything else. Any other relationships, partnerships, friends, family? You might have a work-related friendship or partnership start up, because the Eight of Pentacles is all about skill, craftsmanship, determination. You might meet someone at a school or college or training, or you're doing a job where you can work up your skills. You might make a good friendship with your teacher or your boss. The moon has came up. Now the moon is about illusions and your shadow self. It is about spirituality, but it's also about mystery, your subconscious intuition and secrets. The Knight of Swords. I'm hearing someone. I'm wondering if this is going to be about your secret admirer. I feel like intuitively you might actually be connected to this person on a soul level. The Knight of Swords is about being very daring, ambitious. The Devil. This person might come to you. Two of Wands, Three of Wands, Ace of Wands. Oh gosh, I thought I do these all the time. I shuffle them all the time. So for them to come out like that is interesting. Okay, the Devil. Okay, so when we have the Devil, it does mean habits, unhealthy habits. It could also mean materialistic, restriction, addiction, egotism, but it's also fear. Someone could write you a letter letting you know that how they think and like you, how they feel about you. I've got a feeling this might happen while you're doing a job and you're not even thinking about relationship. The fact that you have the Two of Wands, the Two of Wands looks towards the future. Three of Wands is much the same, about seeing everything beyond them. The fact that it's a progression. So this is about choices, taking action. Sorry, not this one. This one. Choices, taking action. And your Three of Wands is about the growth and the self-expression from those choices. The Ace of Wands, however, is your passion, manifesting. The Devil, though, this could mean you're either afraid of commitment and being chained to someone. It sort of reminds me of Law, to be honest. The character, I don't think he's ever seen with anyone, and a lot of people go, oh, because of his upbringing, he won't ever be with anyone. This is interesting. What about this Devil? What about the Devil? What is the Devil meant to be showing? The Devil specifically. Ooh, 2 cards. Let's see. 6 of Cups. Oh, and the Ace of Swords. Okay. Okay, so you might actually know this person. And the Ace of Swords is clarity and communication. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. You know, so the devil, I said the devil, this is someone you do know who communicated to you their feelings. You might take it, I've got a feeling it takes you a while, like you're trying to picture your, you know, your future with them and how you're going to, you know, live your lives together. What are your individual goals? How are you going to work together? How do you make choices? Like, how are you compatible? The fact that you got Scorpius and Aquarius, your person might be one of these. Because you had two and then a progression and then you have some passion, this person might actually balance you out, but at the time you might actually get a gut drop feeling of fear because of commitment, I feel. But you actually know this person, like they might be an old friend that you like, someone you grew up with or someone you knew. I'm hearing to hear them out. On the bottom you have the Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles is about control, security. It is about greed, but it's also about saving. And I'm having a feeling like this person might make you feel secure and safe. I definitely say hear them out, think about it, be very clear, and also communicate. The more you communicate, the more you can be on the same page. Wow, that was amazing. So you're probably getting rid of some people, toxic people you don't want to talk to anymore. If you do, you could celebrate with others that you got rid of them, or you know, you get rid of these people specifically. Okay, interesting. So you do have a secret admirer. That took a lot for me to try and get that out. I feel like it's probably because you don't see it coming when it happens. Well, now you're going to. I couldn't get you a timing. Sorry about that, my friends. But if I give you everything, then you can't be surprised by anything. Okay, we got our kitty cats. We're going to check about your hobbies. What hobbies does pole number 4 have? Every single person has gotten the Hanged Man with their hobbies. Don't ask me why, don't ask me how. It just is what it is. Justice. Got the Moon. Oh my god. There we go. We got more. And then the Devil again. Anything else for the hobbies? Hobbies. Hobbies, hobbies, hobbies for my beautiful pile. Oh, did that flip over? Nope, but I know it was this one. 10 of Pentacles. Lovely. Alrighty. 7 of Pentacles. Beautiful. Okay. A lot of people had this card come out for hobbies. I'm figuring that this could mean that it makes you slow down and enjoy, because most people do, enjoy the time while they're doing their hobbies, right? For other people, it could be that changes your perspective. It could be something that is a little, you see the light behind this cat? It's like a bit of a, it lights you up. With Justice, it is about balance. It might help you deal with emotional things, mental problems, and like balance out, make you feel balanced again and relaxed again. The Moon, however, as we have mentioned in the past, is actually about illusions, mystery, intuition, and subconscious. This might be something that you subconsciously picked up and you didn't realize that you liked it so much till you started it. You might do a lot of shadow work, like internally, from doing these habits. The Ace of Swords, however, with this is new ideas and clarity. The Moon is about illusions. The Ace of Swords is about clarity. When you're doing this hobby, whatever it is, you might gain clarity from things you've been wondering about. The Queen of Swords is very direct, very clear, very organized, and very much like Law himself. And the Devil is, like we've mentioned again in the past, because I feel like you have a lot of repeating. A lot of people did. Each individual pile had a lot of these all repeating, because every part of this is a part of your life and they all interconnect. So the Devil could mean this is actually something that is a little bit of a addiction for you. Most people do. It's same with, like, you know, if you're on your phone playing games all the time. While it's therapeutic, makes you in the moment, not pay attention to time, and you just sit there with your game and your thoughts are quiet for once. It is also an unhealthy addiction. However, at the end of the day, you do have the Ten of Pentacles and you do have the Seven of Pentacles. Ten of Pentacles is all about dynasty and family. So if it is, for example, a game, an app that you play, you might do it with a lot of family. Like, you guys might verse each other in the game. The Seven of Pentacles is about growth and patience and gratitude. You might be grateful for the little bit of time that you spend with this, or it might help show you patience, because you do have the Hanged Man, and that's about patience as well. But I really wanted to learn, like, what is it? What is it? What are we doing? Like, what is it specifically? However, at the end of the day, it doesn't, because this is general, I'm not going to get that specifically. So, but this is more like how it's influencing you and making you deal with things and think, and you know, it does seem to make you closer with family, but it's probably not the healthiest hobby to have, but that's okay as well, so long as it's moderate, and it feels like it is going to be a moderate thing that you do every now and again, not something you do all the time, or like 24/7. Okay, now on to our very last part. I'm going to get some cards, so one for each month of the year coming. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, we need October for my beautiful pole number 4s, October, November, and December, please. The very last month of the year, for the year that my pole number 4s are watching this on. Oh, lovely. Okay, beautiful pole number 4s. You have the Three of Pentacles at the beginning of the year, so this is for January. I feel like you are working with other people, you're building something, you're being creative. It's about cooperation and teamwork. You can see them making this tapestry. With the Sun in February, you are extremely happy. You are positive. There is vitality and success, and everything is as clear can be. The Five of Cups, however, I believe we've had that in this reading gone, that you're part of. It's when, like, instead of focusing on the ones that they have full, like the ones that got full, they're looking at the ones that are empty. It's sort of like a card about loss and sadness and disappointment, but as you can see, they are pouring it down the drain. I'm getting a bit of self-sabotagery in March, or you're in a dark hole, I'm hearing. This might be a time of the year where you're just not happy. It could be a death reunion, where someone has passed away and you remember them and then you get a little upset yourself. A bit of negativity and depression. The Ace of Swords is for April. Interesting. So you have combination, like, you know, writing on the chalkboard, writing on the wall, I'm hearing, and there's a whole heap of steps, and it makes me think of a library. You do also have a crow here. Crows are messengers between worlds, extremely intelligent messengers, extremely smart birds. They can actually talk if you split their tongue. I'm not telling anyone to split any animal's tongue, that's just rude, but they are extremely intelligent. But with the Ace of Swords, it's like you're getting some clarity, some more communication and new ideas, which is beautiful and refreshing after having a bit of a slump. The Moon is illusions, shadow work, and the Fool is a new beginning. You might travel in June, so May is you're working on yourself a lot. 8 and 1 equals 9, might have to do with your 9th house. Yeah, the number 9 is to do with fruition, achievement, and wisdom. You might be considering what it is you really love, what you want to do, things that are worth your time, energy, and effort. And you might actually enact that. Take a leap of faith, start a new journey. The June goes into July. This is also financial time of the year. And you've got the 9 of Pentacles, so you're living a bit more comfortably, you have more security, more you know, material gain and items that could be, you get a good return during financial year. However, it's followed by the 9 of Swords. The 9 of Swords could be overthinking, having a lot of too many thoughts, or negative, you might have a negative voice telling you things that isn't true. This could be an upsettance with your mental health at the time. However, it's more of like anxiety and overthinking, like you're literally thinking into loops. 9 times out of 10 it's actually the latter, like it's the overthinking. So if you get too far into your brain, that could be it. A lot of air signs have a lot of 9 of Swords because they think so much all the time. The High Priestess, however, she's number 2. She is about intuition, emotions, spirituality, and as you can see, it's like she can see much more than one would perceive. If you can see, she's got eyes on her eyelids, so she's seeing even with her eyes closed. So there seems to be something you become aware of, or you do some extra you learn something. You might I'm getting from this one specifically, during this time of the year, you might actually have someone negatively attacking you, like saying a lot of things like, oh, did you hear what this person said about you? And they tell you all this bad stuff, causes drama, and you're like, no, you definitely said that about me. And it's like this person's just conniving and stuff, and it's actually affecting you mentally. You learn the truth or you grow past it. That's for someone very specific, by the way. Justice means that everything will balance out. If someone does do something bad to you, this person or people, or there's people who are, I just heard picking the carcass clean. There could be people who are vultures and want to take all of your finances and all of your income and everything that you work for and pretty much put you into a negative state, and they do that. Know that karma will come back for them. Justice is always fair. The 3 of Cups, you did have the 3 of Cups with relationships as well. It was like stepping away. I feel like is in November, I think in America, isn't there Thanksgiving? You might be celebrating, and someone might get their just desserts. You're having a lot of reunions, a lot of get together, a lot to be happy and celebrating, a lot to be grateful for. And the Queen of Cups is all about healing, intuition, compassion. She's very, very she follows her intuition, but she's very balanced and very healing with emotions and very fluidity. Like she knows what she's feeling and why she's feeling it, and how you know, how to process it. It's like you have a grip, like you have a hold on the cup. Like, look at that cup, it's just moving in the water, and she knows where it's going, she knows what it's going to do, she can take her eyes off of it, and she's got not a care in the world. She's holding up her hands, there's no care in the world for her. Everything is as it should be, which is December. Wow, that was full on. You have a lot happening, my darlings. A huge amount. I feel like everyone does in the collective. But if any of this resonates, please like, share, comment. I love hearing how this connects to people, what does resonate, what doesn't resonate. It is a general reading. But yeah, if you could like, I always say like, care, share, and instead of like, share, comment. I need to slow down a little. But yes, I would appreciate it. I'm leaving you all with lots of love, light, and positive vibes in the year that you are facing. And I will see you all in the next one. Bye.